Alright, peace. Alright. Recording this one in my office without all the fanfare behind me. I want to address something that always comes up. I think it's finally about time that I did address it. And as we go through it, you'll see what this turns out to be. But first, we're going to start out with some basic definitions so we can get this straight. You know what I mean? I get all these emails both ways from blacks and whites about this, and kind of want me to explain certain things because they have what I see is a perspective in their head when they hear me or a guy like me speak that is coming from a certain place that they already have, that was actually defined for them as racist, hate, or supremacy. And as an occultist, which I encourage all of you guys to be, stuff like that is actually beneath me. So first, let's get some basic definitions, and you guys can see where I'm coming from in terms of how blacks stand, whites, and what this thing is set up to be in terms of where we going and so on and so forth. So first, let's get some basic human definitions out the way and how they pertain to the occult, my teachings, and in my opinion, what conscious people are supposed to be, or at least supposed to have an understanding of. So the first one is racism. And I bring this up because, I get emails more times than often from white folks. That's so racist. There was actually one white guy who had the nerve to get on YouTube, make a tape, and see, guys like panic. That's not real occult. That's racism. I mean, speaking almost as if the occult was just another form of religion that required a certain amount of rules. Anyway, now let's hear this definition of racism, because I've often heard black people say, well, blacks can't be racist. Well, let's see what that definition is. Racism. This is the standard, I don't know if it's Webster's anymore, but the standard internet definition. When you choose to define a word, this is what comes up. A belief or a doctrine that inherent differences among various human racial groups that determine the cultural or individual achievement. Now, a belief or a doctrine that does this. What I deal with is not a belief system. I'm into a system of knowing, research, knowing, and improving. I rely on others who spend their life dedicated to research, proving, and things. So we're beyond the belief system when we say this, that, or the other thing, and we'll get into those this, that's, or the other things as we go on. But you will hear me often say, well, the whites are this, the blacks are this, the brothers are this, and we come from this, and whites had this and this and that and the other. Then later it's defined as some form of racism. But see, you got to understand, I'm not coming from a belief system, or I don't have a doctrine, one piece of information that I'm using. We're going from history, those who have studied history, things that are apparent now, and we can use your history, not our interpretation of it, the things that you're doing now, as a group. As individuals, which I'm going to speak on, that's a whole different thing. Individual whites versus a group. You get what I'm saying? So let's keep going with this. So this doctrine or belief determines the cultural individual's achievement. We're not in the belief system of black people's achievements. They speak for themselves. Usually involving the idea that one's own race is superior and has the right to dominate others of that particular race group, or is inferior to others. Now, the one system that defines that clearly is white supremacy. So when you can say, so even if you're not sitting around like Hitler, because you know all these whites walk around, well, I'm not like this guy and I'm not racist like the other guy. But if you participate in white supremacy, which is puts you in a position constantly of dominance based upon really no other reason than you're white over any racial group, that you're in a system where you treat them inferiority, you're a racist, inferior. So when you know you're the only white person on the job and you got a whole team of black people under you, and this system seems to be echoing throughout America, no matter where you go, you just can't find black people running a group of white people. Now you will find it somewhere, but as a standard, there's always, you got to look at the things that run this religious system, economic systems, social systems. You always see in a leisurely place, in commercials, white dominance. The white woman held up as the most beautiful. The white man held up as the most intelligent. The white man held up as the most financially free. No matter how, and you know the difference between rich and nigger rich. You know, Puffy and them are nigger rich, and they do nigger things, and they buy champagne at the club. Where Donald Trump is wealthy, he comes from money. All of these things, when you pile up things like this, and we heard enough, even things that I mentioned, we heard enough to understand. This speaks to a system of one race superior to the next. That's true racism. So when they say black people are not in a position to be racist, we don't control media, we don't control police, we can't even control the mindset of your white kids. We still do it though. We did it with rap, even from a subordinate position, a position of the underdog. We still had every white kid wanting to be a rapper because they naturally want to be black. That's for a reason. That has nothing to do with racism or hate. That has everything to do with genetics, which we're going to get into. Now, blacks cannot be racist by the textbook definition based upon we have no power to control or dominate or basically mind control you into a system of where we reign supreme and you take second seat to us. We, in every single situation that is done to us and others who look like us. If you're not white, it ain't right. Now that has nothing to do, because you know when you talk like that, you know you get this thing, get over it, the white man, and get over, and the white man ain't do that to you. You're doing it to yourself. You're not hearing me use that as a cop out. That's just a reality. White supremacy is in every corner, in every aspect, especially of this country, but they're trying to dominate the world. And they're doing it by illusion. And we're going to see why. Alright, so number 2 in racism, a policy or system of government, etc., based upon the fostering such doctrine of discrimination. So yet again, another example that clearly speaks in the definition why blacks can't be racist in the textbook definition, because we don't create policy, we don't dictate the system of government. In any government we run, it's not running whites. It's blacks running blacks, and based upon fostering such a doctrine of discrimination. So basically, that's saying if you have a doctrine or a textbook or a Bible like white people had, that you Negroes seem to follow, a Bible that says you are the people of Ham and the children of Set or Cain, and you're naturally evil, and all of these things which they have put on you. That's a doctrine of discrimination. So now you have a policy or a system of government. Slavery was justified based upon the doctrine of the Bible. That's racism. We haven't done that to you. We can't do that to you. Number 3, hatreds or intolerance for another race or other races. So when you say the word hatred or intolerance, first of all, black people have to tolerate you. We have to pay you rent, the gas bill, 9 times out of 10, you're going to a job to a white man or white woman or white people. They're there. And even if you work for all black people, you're still paying the taxes. You're under the system of rule. When you drive home, 9 times out of 10, white cops or black cops who are under the rules or system of white supremacy and their white bosses. There's something from this white supremacist system, no matter what face shows up to enforce it, that keeps your ass in check. Which means we are not, as Dr. Africa would say, living under our system of thought, our culture, which we can operate and exercise our culture in all places at all times. Which means at some point, somewhere, constantly, we have to tolerate white folks. So intolerance, we can't have intolerance for you because we have to tolerate you. You can have intolerance for us all day. You kind of put up with us, you know what I mean? And just the mere fact that you think you're putting up with us says a lot within itself. You know, huffing under your pep, oh, the blacks got to do it too. You know, so mad that a black girl's playing fucking Little Orphan Annie. Like this is somehow taking over the entire white race. That's because you guys don't really have nothing. So when you come up with something, Little Orphan Annie, you know how easily that can be absorbed by us. You get what I'm saying? When this little mythology that the world, the Scandinavian or Norse mythology that the world thinks is yours, when the black man plays Hemingway, Idris Elba, in Thor, you'll lose your mind. Because the little that y'all have, that you're holding on, that you fool the world to think that y'all have an ancient history, which we're going to get into now. The little that you'll fool the world, y'all have to hold on to it desperately. Y'all cannot show at any time that somehow black folks are involved or have been involved or the father and mothers of all you have. And this is because naturally you're racist. You have to back up a belief that you have about yourself. Nothing of fact. A belief of superiority. You have to back up the little paperwork that you have, which is basically just the Bible, the doctrine. So it contradicts when we do certain things that are out of your grasp. That's why you try so hard to put it under your umbrella. And we'll get to that when we get to like Eminem and them. So hatred or intolerance. Hatred is an emotion. So as speaking this to myself and how conscious people I feel should have a mentality, this has nothing to do with you. We should not be emotionally wrapped up in white people enough to say I'm racist based upon my emotion of hate for you. It's not an emotional thing for us. If you study, it doesn't have to be emotional. You will know who and what, first and foremost, that you are. And as a result of learning who you are, you will know who they are. So when I speak of them, I speak not based upon intolerance, hate, a doctrine, or what's the other thing I said, or a belief system. None of that is where this comes from. This is coming from research and knowing who and what you are. Who and what you are. So when I get these emails, the hate emails, and I hope it's okay, and I hope you know, like I said, there was one guy on YouTube who went as far as to talk about what the occult is, and he hinted that I got my information from him. That's fucking ridiculous. There's nothing, and I swear with all my heart, that's in the genetics of a white mind that I can extract that's going to take me to the next level. Of course, in anything they have or come up with, they're holding on to information that is ours naturally. That's my core understanding of myself. And therefore, nothing in me would have me follow or try to figure out or find out from a white person. Not occult information, shit that I can read myself. My ability to understand this shit is way beyond any nigga on YouTube sitting around telling me I have to follow. So this was the thing, I have followed and got this information, but I'm doing it wrong because this is racism. So by the definition of racism, we as black people we're not in a position to be racist. Perhaps prejudiced, but not racist. But when you get into prejudice, you're getting into things like emotion, or hate. You know what I'm saying? You prejudge, or you usually hate a person based upon who they are. That's too broad and ignorant for me. And we're going to talk about individuals as well. Another definition for race, now we talk, that was the definition of racism. Now let's talk about the definition of racist. A person who believes that a particular race is superior to another. For me, this is not even a part of the deal to me. My thing is more, I don't really care to be superior than you. That's really not saying nothing. Because my superiority comes in a completeness in myself. So I don't need to compare myself to you to say that's what makes me superior. That's not what motivates me. My superiority is I can marvel at the great things my ancestor did, and my connection to that, which makes me say me and my, is genetics. So based upon the genetics and DNA, I get to say me, my, and marvel at my own superiority without even including you in the scenario. Okay, then we get this thing, well, we're all the same and we're all going to the same place. I get those emails. We didn't come from the same place. We're not going to the same place. You need to know that. You guys are going where you go based upon your collective consciousness. Your collective consciousness. When it's all said and done, and there are no more individuals or individual bodies that dictate this or that, the other, collectively, which is a quantum reality, the energy or the knowledge or the body of work you did as an entity, a group movement, under that umbrella of whatever race you may be. And really, we can't even call it race, because when you get down to race, in superiority and inferiority, we're not even competing with you in a race. It's not even a race for us. We've been here too long to race anybody. It's a race for you. You get what I'm saying? But it's really not a race for us. You get what I'm saying? What we distinguished ourselves is differently, tribes and so on and so forth. It wasn't considered a race, it was considered genetics. And really, once you get past the hype of racism and how they try to control you with these words and this mentality and, oh, that's hated and he's a hater and all of that, once you get back to it, it really just comes down to genetics. Genetics. And so where we go is based upon our collective work. But now our collective work goes back millions of years. So the home that was created based upon my genetics manifested through the melanin. Say there's a problem with that. I get emails from white folks. You need to tell them that melanin ain't this, that, or the other, and all of this. Well, I mean, I'm not going to try to educate white folks who just don't know. You can study anything by, what's the brother who's passed away? I don't know why his name is leaving my head. That always happened. Richard King. Richard King is the premier scientist who just made the transition maybe last year sometime on melanin. And he took it more than your skin hue and the beauty in it and the physical representation of melanin, that black don't crack and all of that, and told you about the superiority of this particular mystery substance. Really mystery in a symbolic way, but understood because we have definitely decoded it and understand the greatness that you can attribute in terms of our creative aspect of black folks down to why we cook better, why we can taste food better, why we're even addicted to substances quicker. Even my boy Tef, you know, I was talking about, you know, they always showing this tough this Irish guy who's fighting, and you know, the black boxer is making this white dude's face look like hamburger meat, and he's still standing there. He's the tough Irish white guy. But Tef was like, well, it's not really tough. What it is because they don't have what you call neuromelanin. And neuromelanin is once you get hit, it's in your neurological system, it lets your body know immediately you're in pain. So a nigga get hit, oh, you know what I'm saying? The melanin is immediately communicating with us painful. But them, because their neuromelanin is so weak, they have so little of it, when they get punched, they're just standing there getting punched and it looks like they're tough, but really it's based upon no melanin communicating to their mind, to their brain fast enough to let them know, duck, get the fuck out the way, you're getting punched. So melanin in our ear, that's why we've been superior at music and hearing music. So he go in, and we're just scratching the surface. He goes in detail about the wonders of melanin. And then from him, many scholars were born out of his work. He's the father of that. And along with others, there's another book called Dark Matter Consciousness. And before we get it, I'll bring the book here. I have to go get it. With Bynum, I believe him, and maybe Carol Barnes or somebody like that. But I'll get the book, and they go into deeper understandings about dark matter consciousness and melanin. So there's definitely scientific study on melanin more than just black people got it. Now, Bobby Hemmett did a which I have also on this channel, a whole lecture about melanin from the occult aspect, and he went through about maybe close to 20 names that show up in the occult science on melanin, in terms of the code names. See, when you say melanin, you said black people, so they're not going to be able to say melanin. So it's like Merkaba, Elixir, Kia in the Chaos Magic, Butter, you name this, and like I said, he goes on and on about all these code names that they actually give in melanin, this substance, this elixir, the crystalline dew, all these names that they give you for melanin that comes down to show you that this substance is a key substance for your transformation, for your alchemy. And so I get a lot of white people who email me who cannot compete in this area. They know it. So of course they shut it down and they try to tell me this, that, the other. So based upon your melanin and what you did in your collective work in the DNA is the absolute record keeper. It has a record. So that's what you came down here for in the first place, to cultivate, do the alchemy, and change the DNA, which is really changing your being. And as a collective entity, this is what we are. Now, we get wrapped up in this shit. Oh, all the people are the same. You know what I mean? People are the same. There was a rapper, the old rapper from New York, Buckshot Shorty. I don't know. I think he was talking to Lord Jamal. I believe he was. Lord Jamal from Brand Nubian, who's conscious. And he's telling Lord Jamal, you can't say this or that or the other. First of all, white people, black people, we all the same. We all bleed the same. My blood is red. And he's breaking while he's doing it. Breaking, yelling with all this fucking ignorance. Technically, it looks the same, but we're not the same. If you open a dog, his blood will be red. You know what I'm saying? His heart will be red too, and it'll be beating. But if you put that under a microscope, the genetics are different. So what you need to ask, are the genetics different with white folks and black folks? That's what you need to ask. And we're going to get to that. Let's just go into these definitions, because we ain't even getting nowhere yet. We're going to get down to some of these books that tell us the difference. So a person who believes that a particular race is superior to another. So with all this melanin, do I believe I'm superior to you? I don't care to buy into it either way. You are what you are, and I am what I am. What I have to do has nothing to do with you. Therefore, superior or inferior doesn't come into play with me. I don't need you to be who I am. Let me say that again. I don't need you to be who I am. So when y'all emailing me about, well, this, that, the other, I don't need you to be who I am. Therefore, I don't need to answer or debate you. Now let's go into the next definition, because when you get into racism, the next word that always comes out is hate. It's Racism is driven by hate. It's driven by hate. Well, hate is actually first and foremost, because all these white groups and white hate. There's only two real emotions, and every other emotion is a sub-emotion under the banner of these two emotions. There's love-based emotions and fear-based emotions. Hate is not the opposite of love. Fear is the opposite of love. Hate is a emotion that comes under the banner of fear. So for hate to manifest, you have to fear something. For hate to manifest, you have to fear that object. I don't fear you. So therefore, I don't hate you because I'm truly not emotional about you. I don't fear you, therefore I don't hate you, and I'm truly not emotional about you. You should be more upset at how much I don't care. Let me see. Hate. The definition is to feel an intense passion or dislike for someone. An intense passion or dislike for someone. No. You don't register enough for me or anything I teach to promote a dispassion or a hate for you. I promote the study of self primarily. And because you exist on this planet and you are unalike, you're going to come up. But as something to loathe, detest, despise, dislike, abhor, you know. But do I hate certain actions on the planet? No matter who does them, really. Absolutely. So hate is healthy. Hate is healthy and a healthy emotion, because if you're dealing with fear-based energies, racism, true racism that is, oppression, genocide, the murdering, you should hate that. You should hate that. First, because you would fear if it's happening to you and happening to people who you do love, and you should hate it, and it should move you. You should loathe, detest, despise these behaviors. But hating a person just because they're white, that's silly. Or just because they're black, that's silly. But I expect that from whites to blacks because that's their level of light. That's the level that they have reached. The question becomes, can they go beyond that level? Now, me, I'm a good guy. I believe you guys can. I believe a roach could transform into whatever the next step is for that roach. So everything down here has a path for transformation. But you need to deal honestly with whatever science there is for you for the next step. So honestly, you cannot deny that black people have figured this transformation thing out, this everlasting life thing out. This has been figured out a long time. Don't get fooled because we're in a sleeping period and most of these people are walking around here on some Malcolm and Eddie bullshit. But what's in them unconsciously, subconsciously, is still being guided. Make no mistake. And we talk about a whole different discussion of that. But the mere fact that we are the awake ones means that we are the ones who decided to either wake up first or return here to do this particular work. This particular work. Now, don't think just because you talk about the occult and read some occult books, you're somehow in the game and your DNA changes. It takes years to change DNA. This is the years that black people have. You guys have work to do, and you only can do it and transform if you understand or follow our science. Follow it correctly. You get what I'm saying? For instance, there's a little white girl on Facebook, little Wiccan girl or whatever, and she was listening to me on Blog Talk, and niggas found out she was white, and they went through her, and white people this way, and she's defending them. Oh, I don't know. I was like, well, why are you defending other white people just cause you white? If you down, be down. So later on, I found a picture of her dressed up like Avatar. You know what I'm saying? Thought the shit was funny. White people dressing like Avatar. Put the shit up. I didn't realize it was the same girl. Put the shit up. Everybody's hoo-hooing at it. She comes on and is like, oh, Panic, why did you do that? I wasn't mimicking Avatar. It was my cat who died. I was dressed up like my cat, Bluey. So I said, oh, okay, my bad. And, it's funny, it's Facebook, but if somebody's seeing that, if it's going to hurt her feelings, I don't care who it is. I'm not going to just get at you that bad. You know what I'm saying? We playing and all, but, I took her picture. So, but before I got to seeing this shit, niggas went in on her ass all down the page. Oh, you white Avatar fucker and this, that, the other. And she said straight out, I know who my parents are. I'm not arguing with nobody here. Basically, she said, I know you're my parents. Now, on the surface, that seems like, yeah, she needs to say that because we're a superior race. So if you look at it on the surface, it looks like that. But the reality is, that's really not for us. That's really for her. That's advanced for her. Because it is what it is. We are the parents of this shit. We are the generators, operators, and destroyer. We are the beginning and the end. The alpha and the omega. It starts and ends with the black woman. Her first step is to recognize that and respect that for real. That's her path to alchemy. And then when she does that with an honest and open heart, then she'll be able to start transforming her DNA. See, the question becomes, and this was a question me and Bobby pondered for a while. Because, you always hear, white people ain't got no soul. White people ain't got no soul. But then you ask niggas, well, what's a soul? And nobody fucking knows. See, we have a detailed study of what the soul is. And the most information you get on the description of the soul that a nigga can get his hands on is Gnosticism. So then I called Bobby and said, well, let me ask you this. Where does it say that you can't obtain a soul? He thought for a second. He said, well, Gnostic, He said, actually, something, I never came across that, where it says you cannot obtain a soul. I said, well, then that would have to be what these hopeful white people are holding on to. That they may be able to obtain a soul. Then it made some sense. I said, because now it explains what they're doing. I've seen them doing all this work where there's a bunch of black people on the wall. Ain't got nothing to do with them, but they're still doing the work. I said, well, they must feel they can transform and attain. Well, the soul is basically just light, a stardust. You say every man is made of star, that's your soul. So he said, can you obtain this light? So the idea is they can. That's what alchemy is. That's what we all here doing, transforming, cultivating. So they could, but they have to at least step to the reality, and the reality is that's niggas. This is a nigga reality. You were made out of us. And until you come back to your parents the right way, you're not going to get anywhere. So when this girl said, oh, I know who my parents are, and I will refuse to be in this motherfucker doing some white girl shit, I said, there you go. And I said, I'm going to take this motherfucking picture down, give her her little dignity. You get what I'm saying? Give her a little dignity. And a couple of motherfuckers defriended me. You let the white girl? I'm like, see, that's just in your mind. But see, I know better because I'm not run by the same racism they did to you. This blanket shit. They all this and they all of that. You know what I'm saying? So, let's move on. I want to go to the next definition. Genetics. Because the only thing that we, or what I'm talking about at least, in differences are genetics. And that's how the ancient world looked at differences. Not superior or inferior, but genetics. Even Africans, when you wanted to marry, they would study your skull, your bone structure, lips, features, because those things represented certain genetics. And you can see that now. You see motherfuckers, there's a Mike Tyson looking motherfucker, an Eddie Griffin looking nigga. Niggas got categories of how niggas look. You know what I'm saying? I seen a nigga, and I'll put the picture up, in motherfucking Cracker Barrel working. This motherfucker looked like Bobby to the point where I almost shit on myself. A goddamn waiter. So I said, yo, you know what I'm saying? I said, yo, you ever see a guy named Bobby Hemmett? It's like, no. I said, man, he looked like a young, skinny Bobby. Listen, man, I'm telling you, this nigga, he's a waiter. He came to the table halfway through and said these words to me and Khadijah. Y'all all right? I said, oh, shit. This shit had me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling this nigga, I was like, the nigga from South Carolina. He said, yeah, I'm from South Carolina. I said, nigga from Mullins. She said, oh, that was right near me. So I'm ready to say, I think Bobby's pops was getting it on. You know what I'm saying? So now, I said, well, look him up. Look at him online, blah, blah, blah. So we went back, we seen him, but I ain't never talked to the dude again. But I took a picture of this nigga. Like, he was kind of far away, but I'm going to blow this shit up. So y'all niggas see niggas. I just asked Bobby. I said, Bobby, your pops, dog. Because Bobby's pops died. I don't know how young he was. Bobby was young. He died. I said, your pops have any other kids? Because this motherfucker here. You know what I'm saying? And the nigga was like, nah, but my mother used to die. Twin, you know, Bobby played, dog. So I said, all right, nigga, I'm going to just leave that alone. This motherfucker is just like, this shit is based upon genetics. So genetics, by definition, is the study or of the variation of inherited characteristics. So when you study in genetics, you're looking at characteristics. Now, more than just physical characteristics, there are things internally based upon melanin that dictates genetics. So that's why we dance better. We sing better. In all areas, we are better. The only thing that appears to be better is white people's undying need to be intellectual. But this doesn't escape us. The thing is with us, the ancients looked at intellect as a small part of your true intelligence. See, intellect, you're reasoning with information. But we knew if you didn't have all the information, you couldn't reason intelligently all the time. So your reasoning or your intellect only goes as far as your information or how good the information you got is. So we didn't rely on that. We relied or passed the process of thinking into the realm of knowing. We were the knowers, not the thinkers, the knowers, not the contemplating. We realized that we were, the mind was all, the universe was mental, our divine mind is the universe. So once you make that statement, then you have to say, then what is it that I have to think about? What is it that I have to figure out? It has to be nothing. Then you come to the determination, I know, I have to know. Everything is in me. Everything exists within me. As above, so below. As within, so without. So we came from the perspective of knowers. And we dealt in and created the reality according to knowing, not thinking. So the realm of the intellect took a back seat to the realm of knowing, clairvoyance, clear audio, clear knowing, clear, whatever the other ones are. It took a back seat to this reasoning or intellect or contemplating or philosophizing on the hill like you fucking Plato. They had to think about the shit that we knew about. And then they had debates and long discussions on what we manifest. We are the manifestors, the creators, the knowers. So intellect took a back seat. So now we're in a world where intellect, the illusion of intellect, reigns supreme. The smartest man gets the biggest, you're a doctor, you must be smart. Meanwhile, they're just walking around with a suitcase full of dildos like any other fucker. But he must be smart. If he's a lawyer, he must be smart. Albert Einstein, he must be smart. The realm of intellect. His shit is a theory. The realm of intellect. So they're under the illusion that intellect is reigning supreme, and we're buying into it, and we're failing at that because that's not our science. You're asking a lion to do shit that a monkey does. Let me say that again. You're asking a lion to do shit that a monkey does, and then when the lion doesn't do hot monkey shit, you're wondering what the fuck is wrong with that lion. Well, they're asking you to be an intellectual entity. It's this silly notion that you are somehow going to go to their schools, educate yourself, and then take over their shit. You can't do nothing unless you educated. But they're the same. That's the rapist or the rape trying to get an education or some sort of sustenance from the rapist. The rape or the rapee trying to get some substance from the rapist and telling them they're going to beat them at their own rape game. That's how you sound when you got to go to Harvard and Cornell and we are educated and we got this and we got that. Man, you've gotten raped and now you turn to your goddamn rapist and tell them we're going to out-rape the rapist. It's ridiculous. This is because you think intellectual pursuits are going to save you. Remember, let me say it again. Intellect is only good as the information, and you have no information on yourself. You have racist, white superior information coming down your way. You're in a white supremacist system. So any information that you can reason with is based upon white supremacy. So how could you intelligently reason or use your intellect or think your intellect will save you? This is poppycock. So genetic is the study and the variation of inherited characteristic, the genetic properties or features of an organism, characteristics, and etc. So the true study of consciousness should be the study of genetics. When you're hearing patah and this and that, you're really talking about your DNA. Mayat is in your DNA. There's a physical understanding, a practical understanding, even an intellectual understanding of Mayat. Thou not should steal my man's goats and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention all that shit needs to be updated unless you niggas are still walking around with fucking goats. It was for that time trying to explain a concept, not an actual thing that was supposed to last forever. A concept of the time. So it should be that thou shalt not steal thy neighbor's Kraft macaroni and cheese these days because, you know, that's what you into. But Mayat, Patah, Sekhmet, and all these things that you like are trying to speak to your genetics. These things are in your genetics. The properties or features of an organism. The body of God. The mind of God. So this is a study in genetics. So how come you do not see white folks on the temple walls? Because their genetics doesn't dictate they have a reality there. Again, their genetics don't dictate because this is the story of your genetics. These deities are nothing but descriptions of what's internal in you. And what's internal in you that defines you is your DNA, your Akasha, the story of you, your genetics. So now, where did you get this concept? Now that we know what genetics is, let's deal with a little bit more before we get into Hitler and these guys. The effects, they give you a plural noun. Well, it's a plural noun, genetics. They give you a sentence. The effects of the family genetics on the choice of career. And it's interesting they would choose that. I'll speak to that real quick. You hear in these old movies or in this old world that my father was a farmer, so I'm a farmer. And you'll hear them speak, this was my duty. I had to do this because it was my duty, or arranged marriages, or the caste system, which later, because white folks got involved, turned into a racist system now. The caste system in India is now used to discriminate, to talk of superiority and inferiority. It's now been turned into a racist tool. But the caste system originally was it was the whole entire body of Brahma. So the head was the priesthood, the shoulders were the artists and the creative people, Maybe the Malcolm X's and so on and so forth. And the warrior class was the stomach or the midsection. The legs were the farmers. And I think there was one later on became the fifth one, which was the feet. But everyone had a role in the society, and this was called the body of Brahma. So now when the caste system turned into a racist system based upon white supremacy being involved, the lighter ones became higher in the caste system, the darker ones worse, and they even considered it darker worse. But they would consider the feet just as important as the head, just like you would in your body. If somebody said, well, what do you want to lose, your feet or your hands? You would say, none of them motherfuckers. I need everything. I need my feet just as much as I need my nose. You get what I'm saying? So it wasn't looked at like that in the original caste system, but now racist. And this is because they're under this banner or trying to or use white supremacy for genetics, through genetics. When the study of genetics was the idea of that we can change your genetics, and that's why you're here. That's what alchemy is. That's what lead to gold is. This in the DNA, either symbolic or some really turning gold in your blood system or DNA. This was based upon genetics, now changed around primarily in the world by Hitler and them. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, but let's get a little bit more into this definition of genetics. Genetics, biology, the science of dealing with the resemblances and differences of related organisms resulting in the interaction of their genes in the environment. Interaction of their genes in the environment. So when you hear the differences that I'm talking about in the context of genetics, in the context of the biology of our science, dealing with the resemblances and the differences between us and different and what makes us different between other races, other people, other cultures, and even within black folks, based upon genetics, alchemy, change. My genetics have changed based upon my consciousness. Collectively, the black race does inherit this. That's why we naturally get one shining guy and raise him up to death, the same way white people have raised up Eminem like no other, because they understand once one person does it, one individual, it does add to the collective unconsciousness or the collection of the DNA. That's what it is. Once you can produce something out of your genetics, you have unlocked the code. One person unlocks the code. So for 30 years of no white people rapping, besides them trying to give you Vanilla Ice, you eventually come up with Eminem, who to me cannot rap. He's terrible. His voice sounds like a fucking metrodome. It's fucking annoying, but it's the best they had. It was enough for them to pass off. And with Dre behind him, we took this nonsense seriously. He made about 14 albums about how he hates his mother. You know what I'm saying? This is unlike us. You know what I'm saying? Now, but why it's key and why they do that is because if this one particular white guy is able to crack the code, let's say he did a good job, he's able to crack the code, then it kind of lets everybody in. See, and I learned this actually from Bobby, because I was reading all these books and I'm like, man, what the fuck? They telling you got to do this. And I got fed up. I was reading Judy K. King's book, The ISIS Thesis. And I'm like, man, they said you got to do this, that, the other. So Bobby started to explain to me, well, you got to understand, we already did this. We did this back then. Those Kemetic folks weren't doing it back then for them and them alone. By doing this, they're unlocking these mysteries. And it is now forever unlocked in the black person's DNA. Our realization of it and our consciousness of it is a different story. But not really, because you see it does work because I'm telling it to you now. I'm explaining it to you now, which means I tap into that part of that memory to bring it to black folks now. You understand? Which means it's in us. The understanding is in us. So all of that stuff that was done in the ancient world is still in our DNA. You inherited it. Your study now activates it. You understand? So our work is already complete, really. It's just you doing what you need to do to get where you need to get. Because of genetics. Because, right, well, we're all going to the same place. We're all not colors where we're going. It has nothing to do with colors where we're going. It has everything to do with genetics where we're going. And what's in your DNA hasn't made it up to the point. Hasn't made it up to the point where you go where we go. Because this is about light. And it's about the ability to interact and reflect with that light. And that's based upon knowledge. Knowledge is light. It is energy. Energy is light. That's why when you get a thought, it's represented as a light bulb. Because you're coming into light. And you're coming out of darkness into light. Which is just symbolic. Because like and unlike are the same thing. We know that from the law of polarity. Which means darkness and light are the same thing. Ain't no dark versus light. It is the same thing. So the process of darkness and light is just a process of change, really, from one polarity to the other, which you're in a place of polarity. Therefore, you're having this experience of dark to light, which represents devil to Christ, which is just trying to tell you or explain to you a process. That process is changing the DNA. So white people start from a different place than we are based upon genetics. Based upon genetics. Now, based upon race mixing and based upon years of black people being in your family some sort of way, you guys, and you would know because there's certain white people who are different from the average other white person. There's some motherfuckers that ain't got nothing going on. And then there's some motherfuckers who could dance a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You don't mind standing around. That's because something in their genetics is able to communicate or merge with a certain level of consciousness or a certain level of light that black folks naturally emanate, even in our ignorance. That some white people just could be down with it. You know what I'm saying? They just get it. That's based upon genetics. And like they got that white boy, the comedian, you know, saying he knows how to save himself. Went and married niggas and just got with niggas. He's saving himself. He's saving himself. Because whether he's conscious of it or not conscious enough, his spirit enough was strong enough to put his ass where he needed to be with the right people. You get what I'm saying? So, and like I said, it's on him. It has nothing to do with hate or racism or just that he's white. He's got his own work to do based upon how he decides, how he manifests down here. If he manifests under that umbrella of white folks, it's saying something about genetics. So now the question becomes also, can black folks manifest as white? I heard absolutely yes, they can do that too. And you would know because those are usually outstanding white folks that's done something that's really is a work. So Crowley was one that they said it. And when you look at it, Crowley brought back a certain amount of nigger information to the planet. Because at the end of the day, they're still bringing black information. So when black people were trying to figure out which neck bone goes with which kind of Kool-Aid, you have somebody like Crowley, who they say was black and incarnated as a white person. Because there's, Bobby told me there's writings where Crowley was saying shit like, I can't believe this body that I'm hearing. And, you know, shit that kind of spoke to that, almost as if he knew kind of thing that, you know, this was a wretched white. And he did a lot to tell whites what to do. Because when me and Bobby were doing the study of can you obtain a soul, or you know, basically can we find anything that says you are born with, you got what you got, or is it alchemy? When we went to Crowley, he started to realize, you know something, Crowley told him to do nothing but drugs. He told, because all he did was tell white people what to do in terms of alchemy. Do this, do that, get in Kabbalah, do this. And see, you see, primarily Western magic is, all that shit Crowley doing is Kabbalah based. But when you read Kabbalah, out of all of our systems, because it's one of our systems, it's the most logical system, which made me say that's why white people jump right on it, because they're the most logical entities. So the Golden Dawn, Dion Fortune, Aleister Crowley, McGregor Mathers, I don't know if Euphrates Levy was in it. I don't think so. But all of those guys, they promoted for the occult world nothing but Kabbalistic work, because they knew white people would be able to jump on this and actually work with it, because they're logical beings. They are stuck in the level of intellect only, and Kabbalah is nothing but a movement of intellect. It's a path working system. There's nothing that you have to feel in that spiritually. Everything can be deciphered to a number, a cifra, or a path based upon day and time. In whatever the situation, you can streamline your answer through a Kabbalistic system. There's nothing that you need intuitively. There's nothing that you need to focus or meditate on. None of that. You can A, B, C, D, E, F, G your way into any answer in Kabbalah. So primarily, Western magic is Kabbalah. Now, one of the things we did get with the Yaaquub and all of that is it's a DMT rush. And basically, and I say this from experience, not as a theory of what they did in Egypt before, and we should like it, and we should be proud. Fuck all of that. I tell you, and have been telling you, what you can do now. And based upon what you can do now, is activate a small amount of DMT for your spirituality. Most people, and I've heard people say you can only use the mushrooms or the what's it called, the ayahuasca rather, the ayahuasca for this experience, which would be sad and pathetic. And first of all, one of the first rules in the occult, one of the first rules in metaphysics is you need nothing in the universe, which means you're not going to have to lick a frog or get with this shit to have to how could you say you're not going to have to get with it or do these things to have this experience. You don't need nothing outside of yourself to have this experience. So anybody who tells you this is just using their old church motif, their old I need a savior or a Jesus motif. You can activate this DMT. One guy was telling me you can't do this without this problem. But then we're reading, when you die, there's a rush of DMT that comes in your brain right before you die, and that's the after-death, the afterlife experience that some people who come back from have. They had a rush of DMT. He said, yes, that's true. I said, well, how can DMT rush in your mind, but you tell me on planet Earth I can't access DMT, but all of a sudden when you die, your brain accesses it? That's ridiculous. Then where did it come from? So the DMT, when people have it, what they noticed, there's a book by Jeremy Narby, the DNA, the serpent and DNA or something like that, Jeremy Narby, where he's an anthropologist or whatever, that went to these ancient little villages and countries and had these experiences, DMT experiences. And what he noticed was all around the world, people would take these drugs. Tobacco was another one, where they would have the same experiences even though they didn't meet each other. And it usually had to do with a reptile. That's why all shamanistic cultures use a snake, because they've been having these peyote experiences, these ayahuasca experiences, these DMT experiences, and they've been seeing the same kind of reptilian things, these life force things. So which tell us this DMT experience takes us to one place of reality or self-realization. I guess the closest, while you have a human form, into seeing your soul or and I know it's a place beyond the astral or whatever. We'll leave that to whatever you determine when you study. But Crowley went very hard in telling white people to take these drugs. Peyote, get on it. Now, for instance, LSD, which Jeremy Narby speaks on in his book, is a manufactured drug. It's a made-up drug. It's a drug in a lab that mimics the DMT experience. And there's even another name, it's like DHT. I know I'm saying it wrong, but they even call it another name because, you know, you can have these bad trips off of LSD. But the government, and me and Bobby was discussing this too, was the ones who created that hippie movement for white folks, just to see what they would do if they tapped into this DMT experience. Because on the occult science, they understood people who were taking the true DMT, the ayahuasca and things like that, peyote. There's a movie called, it's an 80s movie, Altered States. Altered States, where they show you getting in this black dark or this black hole, and he went with the shamans. Shamans kicked him out. He went to his primal self, and you guys will get a kick out of what his primal self was. Altered States. John Hurt, I believe it is, that was in it. Go watch that movie. It's about the DMT. A 80s movie. Now, so the government put out this LSD for and you know the hippie movement started. But what happened with this hippie movement? Even though it was a fake drug, they still was tapping in. And what word came out of it? Love, peace, and then they started doing what? Turning black. You don't remember that, huh? They started doing what Africans did. Started getting naked, breastfeeding their kids, living tribal villages, Woodstock, and all this kind of shit, living in houses together. They was turning African. So that tells you, or it told the white folks, the government who was putting this stuff out was like, oh shit, we will become niggas before they can do anything. They gotta become niggas. That's what I keep telling you. This is about genetics. They're following us. They came out of us. They came out of us, and they came out of us in a very, and we're gonna get into that, in a very inferior way. They didn't come out of us, let's just say, the right way, if you know, without going into detail, the right way. So based upon their origin, they weren't ready to come out the oven yet, based upon the melanin. So they're trailing us, means they have to become niggas before they can even become spiritualists. They're trying to jump that gun, skip the nigga part. Now, so they became niggas when they got these drugs, because Crowley told them to do drugs, but they couldn't give all that peyote out, so they gave out LSD. So they started talking about love and peace, and this is the daisy age. So then the government said, we got to shut this down. So that's when they started put, in the late 60s, it became the long hairs. And you had long hair, you was fucked up. They did what they do now, just did a whole media campaign against hippies. That wasn't working, because what they couldn't find was violence. So Charles Manson, who was a government agent, they activated him. He killed all those folks, and for the first time they were able to say, here you have it, a drug-taking hippie is a murderer. And that was the end of the hippie movement. They cut their hair and went back to fucking work. All of that was a test, and basically Crowley told these people, take drugs, because he wanted them to have that shamanistic realization, because the idea is you're coming face to face with your soul, your life force energy, which is represented as a snake. That's why it's represented as a snake. And everybody's having these experiences. He was trying to get them to tap into the little DMT that they had, so they can have this experience to try to activate or cultivate a soul in them. In other words, he came to try to save them. Now there's even talk that he was a nigga, even still trying to save them, manifested in the white person's body. But he, them, and everyone else knows, without saying it, it's about genetics. Okay. And genetics is also the genetic properties and phenomena of an organism. So while we're here on definitions, I want to give y'all another definition that's not really off topic, but a little off topic. Instead of calling me ever a racist, you can call me a thanatologist. A thanatologist. And that comes from the word thanatology. And the definition of thanatology is the description or study of the phenomena of death. and the psychological medicine for coping or dealing with them. So the description or the study of the phenomenon of death, theanology, that's what your Kamite was. That was your average Kamite sage, a thanatologist under thanatology, because the entire study of Kamite primarily is the study of death. Because once you study death, life becomes a cinch. I don't fear death. I'm ready to go. I know where we're going. So this life is a cinch. This life is a cinch. So I'm fuck a racism. I'm a thanologist. I'm into thanologyism. You get what I'm saying? So just so we know that, y'all need to have an understanding of who and what it is you are, not trying to operate and coexist in the realm of their fucking definitions. Now, before we move on, actually, that's what I'm going to talk about. Where you get this genetics thing and how it was connected to racism. This is because of Hitler and Nazism. Now, this is a good book to get. I know you see it backwards, but it's called The Nazis and the Occult, The Dark Forces Unleashed by the Third Reich, by Paul Roland, Roland. This is real interesting because there are many books, but this is a good one that talks about the occult, the occult science and the occult history of Hitler and where they got the occult energy from to actually have their whole theology, their whole theory of who and what they pretended to be. So first and foremost, they talk, their primary power is from what they call Norse mythology. Norse or Scandinavian mythology is where you get Thor, Odin, Freya, and many others. Loki, all that shit that you see. Thor, that's Scandinavian mythology. And it was written by a guy in a poet form. I think it was Sturluson or something. And basically, it's the blonde, blue-eyed guy. So it became, after a while, a pride thing. You're true Scandinavian. You're true Norse. That's Norway and all that shit. Greenland. You're true Scandinavian motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? The blonde and blue-eyed, untouched, pure nigga. Which Hitler wasn't, but that was his SS. Because in Hitler's Nazi party, he created an elite group called the SS. The SS was the blonde, blue-eyed motherfuckers, who he said was pure and superior, and actually gave the name Aryan. And the name Von, remember there was that show Von Dutch and all that stuff, or Von this and Von Helsing and Van Helsing. The name Von is represents Odin, and Odin is like the Osiris of the Scandinavian mythology. He's the father. Anthony Hopkins played Odin, or Thor's father, in the movie. But Odin, like, he had the eternal sleep, that was Osiris. He has the hawk and the missing eye, that's Horus. That's all our shit. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing different. It's all our shit. Frida is Freya, or Freya is Freya. Is what's the name? I can't remember. But in the Voodoo, there's a Freya, and there's a Frida or something like that. One of them other, I forgot. I used to know it. But all that shit is hacking off of us. And now basically, so it's our stuff. So this Vaughn is a name, that's a title that you get. What is it, Germany? It's a title, Von Sutton, because it's a name for Odin. So your royalty was connected to Scandinavian mythology. Now, H.P. Blavatsky, Helena Blavatsky, they tried to credit her with bringing metaphysics to here, to the West. But really, that was Pascal Beverly Randolph who did that. But they tried to credit her with it. Now, her story is, it took her a few times, and Wayne Chandler was telling me, because this is one of Wayne Chandler's studies, a book called The Secret Doctrine by H.P. Blavatsky. And Wayne was telling me, because where she got this from was she eventually was accepted in a monastery in Tibet, which Wayne told me it took her a few tries to get the fuck in. But eventually she got in, and she found some stuff. She found things like this 7 or 8, I believe. She said, may have said 7, always goes to chakra. Ancient races, there was only 7 races on this planet. Again, we talking about genetics, and this is all black folks now. She said there was 7 primary races, which is not even racist to us. I told you what races mean. We're not no race, but she's really saying there's 7 different genetic species of niggas. So we didn't look at it as racism. We understood there was a difference in genetics. And she said one of those are called Aryans. And she was interested in the Aryans because it said the Aryans would bring back ancient information to the world. When this information would be and has been forgotten, the Aryan race, the genetics in the Aryan race are the ones who would be teaching it. So Hitler and these guys heard it and said, we're just going to become that Aryan race. Now Wayne Chandler in his book, Ancient Future, explains the black Aryan race, where they are, who they are, why, and he puts the N. If you think it's these white people walking around jails talking about I'm a true Aryan, that's a made up fantasy. That's yet the same way Eminem is now the king of rap in the minds of this fantasistic world. They are Aryans in their minds in their fantasistic world, based upon Hitler and his boys claiming an ancient past that just does not belong to them. Black folks, I am Aryan, based upon me coming back teaching the ancient shit. Please believe that. Believe that. So, him claiming that and so on and so forth, it unfolded into what you have today, and him talking superiority and inferiority based upon genetics, based upon white supremacy. So now, if you said the word genetics, it kind of sounds like you're talking about racism, and it's built in that you're talking about inferiority and superiority. No, you're talking about differences. You heard the definition. Differences and characteristics based upon resemblances, differences, related organisms resulting in their interaction of genes and in their environment. So we're talking about environment changes your genetics. Why do you think they put us in these environments? Why do you think some of us act outwardly as fools in certain contexts as we do, based upon our genetics changing? See, the key is you haven't had enough time. America hasn't been up long enough with its trauma to change the genetics. So that's the real meaning of fucking black don't crack. Our genetics are not changing. Surface shit will change, but not. So let's move on to DNA. All right. In his deoxyribonucleic nucleic acid, DNA, diphosphorobenzodiazepinic acid, whatever. It's a molecule that encodes the genetic instructions used in the development and functioning of all known organisms. It's a molecule that encodes genetic instructions used in the development and functioning of all living organisms. So DNA has instructions. DNA has encoded instructions. Your intentions, your time, your work, your alchemy is instructions. That's why I said what the ancients did. Still, you can claim that now. You can claim that now. We do it all the time, especially with slavery. You did that to my people. You did that to my... Technically, none of you niggas went through slavery. You don't even know what the fuck it is. I mean, you definitely know. I mean, you got a job. You know what it is. But the classic Kunta Kinte shit, you know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas ain't really go through, but you felt like you went through it. When you see that shit, you feel it. You see it. When you see Kunta get beat up, Toby, call me Toby. You kind of... something in your heart felt that shit. You know what I'm saying? Something in your heart felt that shit. And that's because it's encoded in your DNA. The whole Willie Lynch letter is talking about DNA and genetics. How to make a slave. They basically told you the method for genetically modifying that slave. And they likened it to breaking a horse. So what do you do when you break a horse? You're modifying its DNA. You're changing its genetics. Can't ride the motherfucker now? You can. That was symbolic in the movie Alexander. Alexander was planning on taking over. This was some bullshit ass movie, if ever one. The one that Oliver Stone did. But the intentions was he was going to take over the black world. And symbolically, they had this black horse that could not be tamed. And the father was like, basically, why I didn't take over the world was look at this black beastly horse. You cannot tame it. It was talking about the dark world. And Alexander said, let me give a try. And of course, he tames this horse, and this is the horse he uses to conquer the world. Symbolic. You know what I'm saying? Symbolic. They're not playing. Oliver Stone is not playing. They know what the fuck they doing and what the fuck they talking about when they trying to manipulate this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Still sell you this bullshit. Alright, I'm looking for notes. Okay. We ain't even getting no motherfucking where yet. Now, where we at? Let me see. We got some stuff here to do. So, in your DNA, these instructions are there. So, dancing, diabetes. We know that. Diabetes is passed on how through the DNA. It's instructions, but this is also how we know, or why I can tell white people you do have hope and you can change. Because if you have 5 kids, not all 5 kids may get those diabetes if you had it, even if both parents had it. 2 and 3 may get it, another. So why did it skip one and not the others? Well, Phil Valentine, Brother Phil, spoke to that. He said, basically, when you have a hereditary disease, that means your DNA is magnetized to that disease. It's not an absolute sentence, but you can do things to reverse that genetic or genetic thing. Basically, those things that you're doing are changing the DNA instruction. You get what I'm saying? So the DNA is changeable. It's programmable. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of genocide. That's the whole point of why they have all of this dumb shit like Empire on TV. Tyler Perry, why they put it? Because they're trying to change the DNA. That's why they have a black man in the dress. That's what all this means. Trying to change genetics. That's what this is all about. Genetics. Once you get that and see how they keep you off the subject because they attach racism to this shit. You get what I'm saying? So now if I say the word genetics, I'm a racist. All right? But see, the problem is the people who I speak to, none of that shit matters. And the white people are emailing me that, motherfuckers is invisible. Y'all got too much work to do to be emailing me. I'm out of your motherfucking league and where I'm coming from. But we gonna know for all time. So I think black people need to hear this. And here's another example while we going on. So we understand racism, DNA, and all that shit. So when I speak now, going forward in this lecture, we're going to know where we're coming from. We're going to come from a genetic standpoint. And we know environment dictates your genetics. And first of all, what you're born of, where you started from. And we're going to get into this. Where you started from says a lot about your genetics. And it takes time to cultivate it. That's what the Moors were trying to do for white folks. To try to change their DNA. That's why they went and did. You look at the movie True Romance, written by Quentin Tarantino. I don't know who directed it. An ensemble cast. Christopher Walken was the Italian dude, and he was about to beat the shit out of Dennis Hopper, looking for Dennis Hopper's son. So Dennis Hopper knew that he was going to get that ass whipping, knew he was going to get killed, decided to give him some words before he goes. And he says to Christopher Walken, who's playing an Italian, he said, "Are you Sicilian?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "I read a lot." And he said, there was these guys called the Moors. And they went to Sicily and they did so much fucking that blonde hair and blue eyes turned to black hair and brown eyes. The Italians. He said, Your great great grandmother fucked a nigga, and now you walking around this motherfucker like that. Boom, Christopher Watkins just shot the nigga after that. Bop. But straight out, this is from Quentin Tarantino. They told you what it was. The Moors did fucking because they went over there to sling dick to change the DNA, and also there was also an aspect of cultivation, classical music, which is Moorish, finishing schools, bath houses, all these things. And we're gonna get into this shit and books on this, scholarship on this shit as well tonight. On what these people were trying to do to change the genetics. Of these goddamn people. Didn't work. Or as my brother Lean would say, we still in the middle of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So first off, I want to talk about a guy named Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a astropsychiatrist. What do you call it? Physicist, astrophysicist, which means he studies the stars. I believe that's the same title as what's that dude Stephen Hawking's in the wheelchair. You know, this old twisted motherfucker they saying is the most incredible mind. But when you study that shit, which I have as well, certain concepts in astro, what do they call it? The physical makeup or the physical model of the cosmos. When you study it, what you find is that all of this was already in black mythology, meaning we figured it out. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a black man. He's a new hot black man. And he tears it up. He's got shows. He's got shows on Netflix, Cosmic Universe. It comes on wherever, but it's also on Netflix now. Cosmic Universe, where he's giving out mysteries. And, you know, I see him on Bill Maher, where he's lighting their asses up. He's the new hot black boy. He's an astrophysicist. He's a nigga. And, you know, when they say it's not rocket science, well, he's a motherfucking rocket scientist. Now, even him, in one of his shows, I was watching one of them, and he's breaking down this cosmic understanding and all the words that they use today about black holes and what they know about red dwarf stars and white dwarf stars and how stars are created, and there's a universe and black holes and folding time, space, all that hot shit that they like to repeat that sounds so deep. But then he even uses a Sumerian myth to explain some shit. Meaning, but I'm like, why are they not just saying that these Sumerian myths, they already knew what you trying to act as if it's breakthrough intelligent information. Which means black folks already knew this. This is not new information. But see, white folks have a desperate need based upon white supremacy to pretend as if they are adding something or bringing something new to the planet. You are not. This is old information, old decoded information that you put new names on. And if that's not enough, please get this book. Sacred Symbols of the Dogon. Excellent motherfucking book. By Lord Scranton. Laird. Last name Scranton. Scranton. Lord Scranton. Sacred Symbols of the Dogon, the Key to Advanced Science in the Ancient Hieroglyphs. And he did another one about the Dogon as well. He's one of those black-friendly kind of guys. The foreword is by John Anthony West. John Anthony West is the white boy who married Swallow DeLubis's daughter. Swallow DeLubis is the ancient dude who kind of said this is nigger shit, like Gerald Massey. And he decoded the Temple of Luxor as the Temple of Man, which was a breakthrough at the time. And, you know, Swallow DeLubis is advanced in his own. John Anthony West is his son-in-law. John Anthony West, Lord Scranton, Robert Bauval, Lon Model Duquette. You'll see these guys together or doing hot shit together, but they basically giving it up to the nigga shit. Now in this, what he does is very interesting, and I say is a must read in Sacred Symbols of the Dogon, because he breaks down in detail today's current hottest and understood model of the scientific structure of matter. Atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons, quarks, membranes, string intersections. There's something called the Kaaba U space, which is when you hear, well, we're in dimensions doing this at the same time, and there's another U somewhere, all that shit that you like to say and don't know what it really means. That's a concept called the Calabi U space, or Calabi YAU space, named after somebody. Then above that is the vibration and mass, perception and uniform waves. This is the scientific structure of matter as we know it today. And he goes through string, the events, event horizons, black holes, so on and so forth. Now, after he breaks down and give you a human understanding of their definition of quantum theory, of, like I said, the well, not really quantum theory, he goes in there, but the atomic structure of matter, how we see matter, how all the theories, the theory of Einstein's theory, what that really means, time and time being relative, the relativity in time being relative to where you are and how you're moving, blah, 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 blah. What he does is go into Dogon cosmology. And before they had all of their ideas about matter and how matter works and interact and quarks and all of that hot shit that they like to act like they know, there was the Dogon information found in the book called The Pale Fox. I can't remember, these two white boys. That's easy to find. And it's everywhere. In The Pale Fox was two white boys who found the Dogon in Mali. And the Dogon gave up Dogonic mythology and secrets, and they wrote it all down in detail, and the Dogon had all these theories. Later, America and white folks invented or reinvented the telescope. And then they was able to start mapping certain areas in the universe. And lo and behold, all the shit that the Dogon said that they couldn't verify really at the time, they didn't have the technology, find that the Dogon was dead on. So they went to revisit, and you'll find a lot of books revisiting this work based upon later day information confirming what the Dogon said about the cosmos way before they were able to prove it. There's even a book called The Sirius Mystery by, it'll come back to me, the guy's name is Robert Temple, I believe. I think this is Robert Temple's book. But it's definitely called The Sirius Mystery. When you read it, there's a lot of great information, but ultimately, he basically says the Dogon got all their shit from aliens. Anything but niggas and us understanding it and coming from it, we got it all from aliens. You know what I'm saying? That's how we did this thing. So now, so they're all trying to explain logically what they can't explain. See, they look at niggas in America, your pants hanging off your ass, you niggas slapping the tambourine to Jesus. They cannot add that up with the same niggas that they see on the walls in Egypt. There was one, I can't remember, if I was talking to Bobby will remind me because he told me it was. Motherfucker, they asked, well, ain't them the same other black people? He said, no, those black people ain't the same black people as them motherfuckers. In a way, she's right, but she's saying it in a mundane context of like, them niggas ain't them niggas. Them ancient niggas ain't them niggas. And they're not even connected to it. Because they cannot fathom all this shit they're trying to study and follow has anything to do with you niggas. Now, in this book, Sacred Symbols of the Dogon, Lord Scranton goes out to prove, it looks just like this, he goes out to prove how the same model that they not only mimics the Dogon, but is a straight representation down to the symbols that they use in NASA, to the symbols that the Dogon have for the black hole and so on and so forth. I mean, it's unparalleled how hard he goes to show you what they're calling quantum physics, what they're calling astrophysics, astrophysics and quantum physics was already decoded and detailed descriptions. So it's not like it's even mimicking ours or they're confirming ours. They're getting it from us. Listen again. They're getting this shit from us. So even all of that shit that they pride themselves with Stephen Hawkins, they just did a Stephen Hawkins movie, that they pride themselves as these innovators, these breakthrough planetary stargazers. That shit is still from us. Proven just in this one. First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the black man who's the astrophysicist, who has many shows. Especially because he's black. So they got him. He speaks intelligently, of course. He's an astrophysicist. And he's even using Sumerian mythology, even Greek mythology, to either explain or show you how it was. And while he's saying these people didn't know, these people just was guessing. It's pathetic because they cannot, because he's so logical. See, he would be a master if he knew his ancient science. But see, you have someone who's supposed to be knowing their ancient science, that they locked them down into the intellect. This Neil deGrasse Tyson guy, he's locked in the intellect and he's stuck in this rationalization. See, if he knew his science, if he knew who the fuck he was, you would be dealing with a motherfucking cosmic master. But I see where he's cut off when you watch him, how cut off he is at the legs, because he's stuck in their fucking framework of logic. And that's why they put him out there, because he is stuck. He's reading Sumerian mythology, which is identical to the astrophysics that he's trying to explain. And he's not even saying, at what point do you say, wait a minute, they knew this already. And if they knew it before us, that means we're copying this. We didn't come up with this and then all of a sudden links the fuck up, because you're going to throw that away when you read the Dogon book. It ain't like they came up with this and they figured some shit out and then all of a sudden the Dogon shit was there. This Dogon information was in existence as we know it, but they even knew it. It was revealed to them before they had a fucking telescope to even look out there. So they knew Dogon cosmology and how we reference it, the pole seed, and as the seed of the atom, it's amazing in this book how they break down and they show you the correspondence between everything these astrophysicists are saying and what the Dogon's saying. It's not like something in common, it's identical. So this logic is that's sacred symbols of the Dogon, a must get. In anything by Large Grant, he did another Dogon book. This is the second Dogon book. Excellent thing. Now, black people have a cosmic creation. You need to know that. That's something we need to know. Black folks have a cosmic creation. We don't have a earthly creation. We weren't born here on earth. We didn't transform from monkeys. Our consciousness was transformed down here. And I can get into that whole mythology and where you can find it. Find a lot of that in Gnosticism. But that's not the discussion today. Our consciousness is a cosmic creation. White folks were created on this planet. Now, if you don't know nothing else, this is a fact that in the intellectual, scientific world, there's something called mitochondrial DNA. mitochondrial. Mitochondrial DNA. This is found only one place and one place only. First of all, mitochondrial DNA has the key and code or instruction to everything that we know on this planet, or in existence really, is found in mitochondrial DNA. One entity known to man has mitochondrial DNA. That's the black woman. So when they say the black woman is the mother of this and the black woman is the mother of that, absolutely. Not just because she's cute and her hips are big and her hair twisted and she know how to go, oh no you didn't. That ain't got nothing to do with it. This is based upon what? Genetics. And this is something that whites co-sign and understand: mitochondrial DNA. And out of that mitochondrial DNA, this is where they have this fantasy. Like Frank Joseph, he's a scholar who studies Atlantis and Lemuria. You know, he's always got to throw, well, white people were there, white people were there. And even discussing this with my boy Tef. Tef said, well, no, you got to remember, the black woman has mitochondrial DNA. So, like, you look at my sister, her skin is light. You know, she's got that golden hue. She's a nigga. But if you've seen anything, any image, first of all, there was no images from no goddamn Atlantis, so you can't make that claim. You just know, you could only pick up from the ancient people who were already here that what they look like. You know what I'm saying? So, but still, light-skinned folks, if you can find anything that looked anything like that comes out of black people's now. Out of darkness comes light. Ain't no out of light comes darkness. That holds through everywhere, consciously and physically as well. Ain't no white people making black people. That's a fact. Show me that motherfucker right now. So this mitochondrial DNA comes out the black woman. Everyone came from the black woman. That's the end. That's the end of that. Now, like I said, black people have a cosmic creation. And by the time Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, John G. Jackson, Ivan Van Sertima, Sheikh Anta Diop, and I'm sure I'm missing, those were the first, Dr. Ben, and those were the first, and then the second layer, I can't remember them names. You know all the rest of the history guys that brought you over, Astroquazes and what's his name? Damn, it just left my menum right before. The guys that used to bring you over to Egypt. Those were the second wave. When those guys started bringing us information and made us a connection with Kemet, and by then most black people here were in the Afrocentric movement. You had some Afros and you had some Black Power. And then when it came to Egypt, it put you in a whole different understanding of the Afrocentric movement. Now you had something more to back it up. You get what I'm saying? And these guys were hard to give you that. And this is only an aspect of their work, because if you get into it, they put all this shit in perspective for you. Now, I'm not a history guy. I went straight into metaphysics. I'm not a history guy. I can speak to a certain amount of that, but there are people, but you know what books to get. I just named all the authors if you want to get into that. But I know enough to say or where to go if I need to deal with something of a historic nature. And when those guys connected you to that, it put us in a bigger perspective in Afrocentric shit, where black people started saying, when they had to speak of their cosmic origin, I'm from Sirius. Of course, that's the Egyptian shit. And what I found out later, I was reading a book, not by Barbara Hand Clough, by someone named Amora Kuan Yin, which is a white person that just got all freaky and changed her name to that. And basically, she's given all these channels that she's getting. This was the Palladian Agenda is what it's called. And it's interesting because some of her channels are on point, but she gives into this information of the Syrians versus the Palladians. Now, so I'm talking to Bobby, and Bobby's like, well, there was a big movement. This information has been debunked. But the earlier books, especially when they had them agendas like Zachariah Stitch, and all them guys had agendas when they were writing this shit. With these earlier books have been debunked. But when blacks started claiming to be from Sirius, white people needed a cosmic origin. Just that's, well, we're from Pallades. That's who we are. Now, what even led me to the information, because I started getting channels from Pallades before I knew white people were claiming they were Palladians. And even in her book, the same war mentality, the same racist mentality shined through. Why? Because it's in their genetics. So even if she is channeling, she's still going to get this information or this perspective, because you're not going to channel past your consciousness. That's why the key is to become a certain level of consciousness. Then the channels you get are more pristine, more advanced, when you can advance yourself. And that's why you must be pure of heart, because if you're not pure of heart, you have an agenda, that agenda is going to shine through. So her agenda is to prove she's from Pleiades. So in her book, she's saying the Syrians were evil. The Syrians are the ones that came out here to mine for gold and enslave you. And the Pleiadians are good. And one day Earth will return to to revolve around the Palladian sun, and all this. Palladians good, Syrians evil. Again, this Star Wars mentality. And basically the Palladians are from the Federation. Now, you remember the Federation from Star Trek, which I heard, two things. He got from metaphysics, because the metaphysics of the day was there's actually a federation with like an army that goes around the cosmos and undoes the injustices and works under a banner, which I found out through my channels is a true thing. But it's, of course, it's us. And why some of us are now here teaching is based upon that work. So ain't got nothing to do. Is yet again them trying to create a ancient history which they don't have. Another thing they do, like that movie with Brad Pitt when they did Achilles, when he played Achilles in this story of Achilles, and they rescue Helena of Troy and the Trojan horse. Even the way they present it as if it's Greek history when we know it's mythology, but even better yet, it's not even a mythology that's sacred to them. That same story is the story of Rama and Sita. They go rescue her. There's a whole war over Sita to rescue Sita for Rama's love with Hanuman as Achilles, basically, or as the hero in this movie. Ultimately, Rama's the hero, but as a central figure, and or explaining the energy you need within self to be this hero to rescue the other side of yourself, which is love. But then there's even an older story of Tara, the green Tara, getting kidnapped by the moon god Soma, and then there's a war in the cosmos to rescue her, which is really just a way of saying when you entrap in this beauty. That's the same princess being trapped in the tower, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella. It's a concept of your soul falling asleep in the human body or getting captured. In this case, she was getting captured by demons. The demons represent the humans. So she's basically being trapped or held captive. And to be rescued is to be rescued by Horus, be rescued by the prince, or be rescued by consciousness. And consciousness or your higher self or your light must meet and resurrect the sleeping part of yourself, which is in your soul in your human form. So that was represented as the kiss, or the higher self. Pan comes in and flies, sees Wendy and said, "I'll give her a kiss." Wakes her up, flies her to Never Never Land. Same is a concept. So they try to even make this shit as a history thing because they have no ancient history. So they constantly trying to make themselves or throw themselves in a part of history because they need for us to feel a certain way, to see them as a part of it. So most of them who are ignorant can feel a certain way and hoping that feeling can help to change their genetics or just keep them from what they truly really are and how truly, because they have a fear of supremacy and inferiority and superiority complex, and we found out who they are. It's over. Or at least in their mind is over. But see, we are good-hearted people. So we're still going to treat, and you ever see white people dance and black people sit around, yeah, all right, go ahead, yeah, and they accept that bullshit, even though motherfuckers offbeat like a motherfucker. And it's because our nature, it'll get past it. There's always going to be a motherfucker that says, get out of here, whitey. But still, they'll do that now no matter how, and they still think you their Jesus. So that has nothing to do with it. But for them, because they have this mentality, this fear, based upon their ability not genetically not to hang, that they're going to their ability genetically not to hang, that they always see us as a threat. They always will, based upon fear. Now, all right, so we're gonna move on to some of these things, but now, since we talked about and got these definitions out the way, and we kind of understand what the idea and the setup is, let's talk about some realities. Let's talk about some realities. And the first thing we could talk about, well, I want to talk about, is this. Well, where do white people come from and what proof do we have? Because we've been talking about white people made it by black people, and black people know this story and they know it well. Every black person knows this. The story of Yaaquub. Yaaquub, this story was rehashed and retold clearly by Elijah Muhammad. Now, when I had a discussion with Brother Leem, I'm like, well, I'm clearly seeing, especially now with my study, Elijah Muhammad was bringing advanced concepts, but he put a lot of it under the umbrella of Islam. Because at the time, black people had a religious mindset, and even him calling the white people the devil in that context was just a way to put them in under a way to, a new way, or to look at who you would thought was your God. So at the time, we needed to call them devils. But technically, if you study the devil, they're not even worthy or old enough to have that concept. And the concept is more than just an evil person. But if you're looking at the regular, standard, everyday understanding of the devil, that's what he gave them for a reason, to change your context of them. But even other things that he was talking about, I seen Kabbalistic concepts, numerology, you name it, was in there. And in Message to the Black Man, he told the story of how the white people were made. Story of what they call Yaaquub. So now, the story of Yaaquub. So now, what we pick up here is, because people try to say, well, it's just him talking, it's just him saying it, how could you prove it? There were two guys that went out to prove this, and they did two books. One is called this, The Making of the White Man, where we get it. Making of the White Man. Making of the White Man. They show a clear picture of Mr. White Man from the caves. History, Tradition, and the Teachings of Elijah Muhammad by Paul Lawrence Guthrie. Paul Lawrence Guthrie. You can get this right on Amazon. And what he sets out to do is he takes Elijah Muhammad's words, and instead of just taking Elijah Muhammad for face value, he did the research on everything Elijah Muhammad says, give you quotes, bibliography, and so on and so forth. Basically, he proves Elijah Muhammad's words. So if Elijah Muhammad's words weren't enough, and at the time they were enough, because, we knew how to follow people, and we didn't know how to research, so when we had a book like this was good enough for us. Now you have it researched. Also here, this goes into detail. Now, Paul Lawrence Guthrie, when he writes it, in fairness, you could tell he's friendly towards the Muslim religion. So it's going to be pro-Elijah Muhammad. And this is by Rashid El Muhammad, which is a Muslim, clearly. So it's going to definitely be pro-Elijah Muhammad. And this is the book of Yaaquub, the father of the Caucasian race. So there is stories, and I'm going to get into other stories about, whether you guys know it or not, black people have stories about how you were created. Forget all of that. And actually, you don't have to forget all of that. We evolved from monkeys. Black people didn't. We have a cosmic creation. Where do you even get that shit from? Where you even get that shit from is because your DNA has monkey in it. You do. That's the Sasquatch that you've seen walking around. That's where your origins are from. Now, all of this is laid out. Now, we're going to get into some of this book. Another way you can go to, for a more metaphysical understanding, instead of me having to repeat everything, Bobby Hemmett did a lecture called Human Artificial. If it's not on my channel, you can get this all over YouTube. Human Artificial by Bobby Hemmett. In it, he gives you metaphysical understandings from around the world and books that white people tell you about their genetics, where they're from, how they got here, so on and such. White people shit. Not just black people just saying this is what it's about and this is where white people's all from because we're racist and we hate you. No, beyond that. We're telling the story of you. He said you can find some of this information in a book called Rape of the Nile. He says the author, I can't remember. Then he talks about Champollion from France and how he got some information from Kemet that took him 16 years to translate into Melanetta. And he talks about the temple of Seti I. Seti I is the temple of Ramses. And what's rare, but Bobby has, because he's the guy who searches and researches and finds these old pictures. He found some pictures of the temple of Seti I from the 1900s, which was perfect. Then he found some pictures from 1985 where the temple was reconstructed. And why was the temple reconstructed? He said because, and I'm reading my notes, Champollion found some information. He found some information on the origin of the white race. And he found statements like the white race was created by us. And us saying this was the worst fucking idea we ever had. This is written on the walls of Egypt, Temple of Seti I, before it was taken down, reconstructed. He found this is where we call the white race Tamahu. Tam means creation. Hu means white. It means created white. The Tamahu people. That's who you are. That's who you are. Champollion wrote 13 letters explaining the mutation or what he found out about himself as a mutation, as his race. 13 letters. And I can't remember, Bobby goes into detail where they send it to Europe and what happened, you know what I mean? He's a whole lecture where he's detailed on this human artificial. You got to remember, when you say, are white people human? Let's look at the word. What does hue mean? Hue means color. Man. The word human means colored man. You're not a colored man. You're not human. This is the etymology of the word. Y'all got to deal with this reality. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with hating you. There's nothing. I keep reminding you, nothing to do with inferiority or superiority. It has everything to do with me knowing what you are, and you need to know what you are, or you don't need to know what you are. I don't give a fuck. But you need to stop coming around here fucking with me because I know what you are. There was one white boy who sends me an email. Hank, you ever deal with what's the dude, the son of Sam and the government mind control? So I didn't even know he was white at the time, but my answer to him, which I'd answer any nigga, who gives a fuck? Some white boy under mind control way back when, whoever. What's that going to do for me right now? How does that help transform me or any of my people? What's that going to tell me, or I'm going to find out for that where I can relate to my people? They could use it today. That's what I'm into. I ain't going to debate whether Patar was fucking left-handed or right-handed. Who gives a fuck? It ain't going to work for me. So I said, I don't give a fuck. Well, you know, the one white boy and I'm a white boy and this and that. And I'm like, whatever. But you need to look at this. I said, well, I just told you I'm not interested. Well, you need to, this is back and forth with email. Well, you need to do this and this. So here you have, and this is in their genetics, this white boy who I just told, I got all this respect and brother Panic and brother, and you teach so well. He's fronting with this respect, like this little thing is supposed to make me now open because you said how great I am, that I'm supposed to be open and now emailing and responding to you. But my words to you was basically, this is of no interest to me. And as a black man, it's hard for a white person to even accept that, no matter how nice they think they are in your mind. So I'm not interested in it. But he kept telling me how much I need to be interested in this motherfucking shit. And then he started telling me, of course, he's one of the good white people. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm good and this, that, the other. He said, how many white people would you know would just give $100,000 to a black person? Well, I did. I said, you know something? You are a good white person. You can PayPal me $100,000 right now. You know, I ain't hearing nothing from that. Then he started showing me pictures of the Leams, the twins. The Leams were, well, they had a couple of records in the 80s, Release Yourself and some other shit. But they were more primarily known because right before Jimi Hendrix died, he had his little posse. They were in Jimi Hendrix posse. They knew Jimmy. Ironically, excuse me. Ironically, me and my boy Tragedy Gaddafi, Hot Day, was signed to them niggas when we were young, the super kids. Ironically. So he showed me pictures and they said I'm this and they said I'm great. And I'm like, what the fuck does that got to do with me or anything you saying right now? Then he just ignored all that. Said, could you send me a copy of your book? So I sent him the link to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I said, here's my book right here, The Making of a White Man. So then he hits me with, I don't know what's wrong or what happened to you, but I hope whatever it is in you get over. I said, but you're reacting to me like this is somehow emotional or I'm emotionally scarred. Basically, you're not in my consciousness level. You get what I'm saying? You're not in my consciousness. And the only reason I answered was I felt like playing around that motherfucking night. Otherwise, I just ignore it. And then, and like I said, I forget most of the white emails. The other side of white emails that I get are panic. I listen to you all the time. I'm white. Am I fucked? You know what I'm saying? So I really don't answer those neither, but I'm going to answer them now. Technically, you not fucked. If you listening to this and in your heart, we're not talking about kissing nobody's ass. You don't need to kiss black people's ass, and no black people should want you to kiss their ass for this. But you need to understand and recognize who and what we are. Stay the fuck out our way and study what you need to study. Stay in your lane when you study. Don't step in our lane. Stay in your lane. If you feel you can do it and you should do it and it communicates with you, then do it. But it has nothing to do with black people. You get what I'm saying? Or your interference with black people. So you're not fucked. Anything could change. You just need to know where you are, where you stand, and you know better than I would. You know what I'm saying? You know if your family was a little bit more niggery, or if your family was some Amish motherfuckers, where you got 9 times out of 10 it was niggery because you listening to this shit now. So you're not fucked. You just need to stay in your lane. Don't try to do what we do. I don't think you could do it. But if you think you could do it, it's on you. It's not even up to me to decide for you. I don't even care to decide for you because I'm not into superiority or whatever. I'm into my shit. I'm into our shit. So really, I have no answer for you. Like I said, I really don't care. When you come up, it's in a context because we are talking about genes. Genes here. So that's why you come up. Other than that, I really don't care. If you made it. Are you coming where I'm going? Most niggas ain't coming where I'm going. Because most niggas are too lazy to do what I'm doing. So when you think you coming where I'm coming, shit, most niggas who I consider advanced ain't getting where I'm going. Or we all go into the same, let me clarify that. We all go into the same place, but your level of light and understanding. See, there's things where you have a quantum connected soul, but you can get to a level of your individual interpretation of it. Kind of. I don't want to go off too much off top. Your individual interpretation of it, which is truly a different level in the God mind or the Titan mind, I should say. So there's a collective mind, which is we're all connected to, but then you there's different ways to experience it, the light. You get what I'm saying? I mean, depending on your level, we can all go to the same beach, but you may just have sand in your shoes all day, and I may have got an excellent tan in somebody's number, and we had this. It was a different experience on the same beach, but at least we all on the beach. You know what I'm saying? Let's look at it that way. So now, let's get into some of this Making of the White Man by Paul Laurence Guthrie. because we got this one story of Yaaquub that's been going around the black community, and I'm sure you white people have heard it, but the source is Elijah Muhammad. Now, Elijah Muhammad, when I talked to Brother Lean, I'm like, well, I seen, as I pointed out, Elijah Muhammad had all this advance, and where did he get it from? He said, well, Elijah Muhammad and Noble Drew Ali were Rosicrucians and Masons. I said, wait a minute, man. They are not learning all of that advanced information that they did in the Masonic Temple. Well, Lean told me, no, there was a time where they were given premier, pristine, conscience, ancient information in these temples. One of them presidents, Truman or somebody, he said, declared that shit illegal. So then because I said, well, how? Now, my father was a Mason, and basically the 33rd degree was you were able to throw boat trips. you know, they wasn't knowing this kind of stuff. What happened? Why is the Mason of today not the Mason of yesterday? I think he said it was Truman or one of these presidents that came and said, we got to stop this. They considered it a counter-terrorist or terrorist or whatever the fuck it was. They declared the Masons this, and then the ancient information was taken out, and now it just got niggas doing empty rituals for the most part. So he had a real training and a real understanding, and like I said, like everything else, I seen him baby feeding black people information that they wasn't ready for. I heard behind the scenes he was telling them niggas like Malcolm X and Father Allah, we gods, but we can't run that on black people yet. But Father Allah said, fuck that shit. Why hold it back? If we gods, let's be gods. And then he started the 5% Nation, saying we gods. Your name is such and such Allah. You Allah. Which was the end game where Elijah Muhammad was going. It was the end game. Father Allah stepped it up where we was going anyway as God. So meaning they knew some shit. They knew we was the gods. Elijah Muhammad knew we was the gods. So it stands to reason that he knows the story or the science on the creation of the white man. All right? So now, there are movies telling this story. There's a movie called The Island with Scarlett Johansson and the dude who played Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know that white boy. And basically, they're all wearing white. They're clones on the island, and they were created on this island. The ones who created them wear black. They run everything. The clones get off this island. It was metaphysical because they was on the side of a building on an R, which represented the root chakra. I said they're going to fall. They fall into a net. That's metaphysical. And somebody says Jesus loves you, so on and so forth. And in the movie, they got you to hate the real person and love the clone. So when he met himself, because really in the story, they were making these clones for organ parts. And so people who had money can make a clone, but they didn't know it was a clone. They just thought, you had a heart or liver or whatever waiting for you with your DNA. But since they couldn't do that, they had to make these clones, and they hid that the clones were there. And when you need an organ, they would just kill a motherfucker, take his lungs, kidneys, hearts, whatever. So they get off the island and so on and so forth. And he meets his true self. And, the story goes on. But ultimately, you hate the real person and you love the clone. Which is the story of the white man. The island of Dr. Moreau is an occult story of the white man. He's creating these beasts on the island. He's representing Yaaquub. Frankenstein. Mary Shelley, who was the first Frankenstein writer, is a cult. And we just bought it. I seen it around again. It was out of print for a while. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, with Robert De Niro playing Frankenstein, which we use the beast, fire and all that kind of shit. That's telling. You know what I'm saying? Look at Quest for Fire, too. There's a movie, imaginary movie called Quest for Fire, Ray Dong Chong, and the dude, Beauty and the Beast, the dude who played in Son of Anarchy, the main father. He's the motherfucking caveman. And you have these black-haired cavemen or these black cave people. They knew fire, they knew the sciences, they knew this. Then you have the white ones. I got the shit up there. They doing white caveman shit. Black people never lived on caves and swung from vines, neither. I, Robot is another movie of Yaaquub and the white man. When he kept saying, my father made me, he created me. He was white, blue-eyed, crossing of the sands. Will Smith, I don't trust these white motherfuckers. And eventually you trust them. And they was talking about them as a race and as a collective. That's another white creation story. This is about fucking them. You know what I'm saying? This is about fucking them. The movie AI, Artificial Intelligence, with Holly Johansson, whatever the fuck that little white boy name is, the one from Sixth Sense. Steven Spielberg movie or produced, was about robot consciousness. Robot or artificial intelligence is always about them. What did I tell you about intellect? Artificial intelligence. AI. They're the first artificial intelligence. Now, what Elijah Muhammad described in them as how they were made, he called it grafting. This was another way of saying cloning. See, what we think is the technologies that are coming out today are new. That's poppycock fantasy. Cloning is old news. We had all of this technology. And so they have to constantly make it seem as if they're coming up with something new technology. So cloning is new, and maybe we can make a heart, and maybe they can do all that shit. That's old fucking technology. You know what I'm saying? Have to make it seem like something new. They have to give it to you so you don't just lose your fucking mind. In the 70s, if I walked him with a cell phone, you would lose your fucking mind. He's a fucking magician. How is he doing it? How's he doing this? How's he recording on the camera on his computer? What's a fucking computer? If we was in the 70s, this is the Jetsons shit. So they show you shit like the Jetsons in Star Trek to prepare you for when it happens. You don't lose your fucking mind. So they have to show you cloning as if the world has something new to learn. It doesn't have nothing new to learn. We was talking about that today. Jerry, the brother Jerry and the sister Sandra came over. Talking about that today. The movie Enemy of the State with Will Smith. At the time of the movie, they were showing all this fucking technology. They had to track your ass with satellite. This new technology and this government technology. Now that shit is called Google Earth, and you can download that shit in 3 minutes. But they had to show it to you, and you like, ooh, this is the world to come. But they already had that shit. So cloning is not nothing new. Elijah Muhammad was talking about cloning. All right? So, and this is because whites have to redefine. They have to redefine this world so we can physically, so we can mentally put a place in it for them. So they can actually have a place. Because if they're what they call the immigrant human, then, and we put them in that context, they have no place anywhere and they can't even speak anywhere. And this was the case. That was what the Council of Nicaea, which everyone said, well, that's where Constantine came up with the concept of Christ and the cross and Christianity in the context and taking over. Yes, but that also was a council, and I believe it's in Walter Williams' book, The Historical Origins of Christianity, where he talks about there was more than one council. But I believe he also talks about in that book, if not, you can find it, I can't remember, I think it's in that book, where he talks about in the Council of Nicaea, it was also, what was also on the table for discussion, should they call white people humans? And then they said, no, we are not. They are mankind. You are human. I told you, hue means what? Color? You're the colored man. Since they have no color, they can't call them a colored man. So they call them mankind. What is melanin? Melanin is carbon. What is white people? A carbon-based being. They say, you're a carbon-based being. Us, we're carbon beings. This comes from something. This comes from who and what you are, what they are. All right? So whites have to redefine themselves, definitions, because they have to create definitions based upon their genetic reality. They can't define themselves based upon ours. And since we don't know who we are, pretending around this motherfucker. And even when we do know who we are, we don't know how to activate it no more because we are still trying to use intelligence. Understand it. Here's the three eyes, the third eye. You need intuition, imagination, and intelligence. Your intelligence are going to be your scholarly pursuits. You're going to read it, you're going to intellectualize with it, but then if you leave it there, you have done nothing. You have missed the other part, which comes in the imagination and intuition. The imagination is the visualization of it. To be able to see yourself, to visualize or see in your mind the stuff that you have now obtained in terms of information. To be able to see it in the context of, to be able to internalize it. Jesse Jackson, you have to see it to believe it to achieve it and all that kind of shit. Is based upon the concept of you have to be able to visualize and see yourself in that place. You have to be able to imagine these things based upon your reading. That's what novels and all that shit is about. To be able to read the novel and just take yourself there. You know what I'm saying? So you have to do the same thing even when you're intellectual study. Imagination. And then lastly, intuition. Because intuition is just another way of saying spirit. Because when you read it, your intuition is going to start telling you things. When you read these books, you're going to have an idea. You need to be able to listen to that as well. Sometimes, you ever notice sometimes you read our shit and you start daydreaming? You're like, oh, goddamn, I got to stop. I got to focus. I got to get on my shit. You're daydreaming because your intuition and your imagination is starting to take over with what you just intellectualized. Perfect. That's what you're supposed to do, my niggas. That threefold is how you operate in third dimension completely. Intellect, intuition, and imagination. But the problem is we only stopped at the intellectual level. I know this. I'm not guessing. I know this. Because from my class, what is chakras? What's an altar? What's this? And I get pristine intellectual definition. How do you access it? What does that mean to you? I hear motherfucking crickets. Because the intuitive or the imagination part is where it's stuck, and that's why they can tell you all this information. That's why all these books are on Amazon and all free for you, because they know you cannot activate it like you're supposed to, because you're not using your whole mind. You're using their mind. You think what they taught you in school was to mislead you? They don't give a fuck, because nobody pays attention in school, not even them. But it taught you a way to learn or disrupt the way that you naturally learn, your holistic way of learning. It disrupt that, so any new information that you would ever get into in your existence is fucked up because you interpret it and you take in, information the wrong way, their way. So that's why they will always be superior in this system, because the way they take information is the ceiling, is the best on who they are. You getting this? Okay now. Yaaquub. So technology is their spirituality. See, they have to make it seem like it's new. You know what I'm saying? Like this motherfucking Adam Graham Bell and Edison made the light bulb. The fuck out of here. In Robert Duvall, I think is his name. Robert Duvall, in his book. I should have brought it in here. I'm going to try to run and get a couple of those books. I said I already forgot. I know it was Robert Temple's book, Robert Duvall's book, or whatever. You can find him. He's very interesting. He's from Egypt. He's also another one who was on John Anthony West's documentary. It was an 8-part documentary, The Egyptian something. It'll come back to me. It's on YouTube too. But look up John Anthony West. Look for his documentaries. And he did an 8-part, Robert Duvall's, and he talked about the idea of symbolism in the Ankh and what it means as a symbol and as a what do you call it? As a talisman. But in his book, he talks about this light, because they even show you to this day how did they get light into the deeper parts of these temples and pyramids. And then when they looked, there's no, they knew it couldn't be a matchlight, couldn't be a torch or a candle because you would have soot on the ceilings. There's no soot on the motherfucking ceilings. So they couldn't light it with fire. So they have this theory that they set up a series of mirrors where it was reflecting sunlight and it reflected the sunlight all the way down into the deeper. Get the fuck out of here. We can try that right now. And I can't even get motherfucking sunlight in my room if I just set up a mirror facing the sun. That ain't gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? But Duval talks about what Blavatsky seen. These, what they call never-ending lights. And he goes into detail of how the ancients knew how to light these lights with their kundalini. Where they can light this shit up with their mind and the shit will stay lit forever. No gas, no kerosene, no nothing. And he goes into the detail of this. So we was advanced with it. Our spirituality is our technology. They are physical beings, so they need physical means for their technology. We had a discussion tonight with my queen, Khadijah, and Jerry and them with this whole concept of aliens. I said, most of that, if the alien, what we call aliens are nothing more than spirits. And the black people, Raleigh Martin and even Farrakhan said he had a spiritual experience where Elijah took him on the little wheels of Elijah, which was spiritual. White people talking about this abduction shit. Their mentality, they are nothing but materialistic people. So they're not talking about I was in the dream world or nothing. They talking about they got me. Either government or whatever. Whoever. I'm not even trying to figure that shit out. But it's never black people with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Or rarely few. Like Cradle Moutoir, I'm sorry, that was the motherfucking government. Watch the X-Files. They show you that shit all day. It's the motherfucking government doing that shit to your ass. And are they aliens? But they're spiritual, and their communications is going to happen to us spiritually. So that, and then look at the word. They can't be aliens, because aliens means there's something outside of you. There's nothing outside of us. So there's no such thing as an alien, because there's nothing alien to us. But actually, white folks, they're the aliens, based upon genetics. All right. So Blavatsky also talks about this never-ending light. You know what I'm saying? And so we think the light bulb is new and it's a breakthrough, but that's because we were trained that way. And even then, it was fucking Lewis Latimer that fucking did the shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of what they need to do is pretend to become us, to eventually become us, and pretend they invented it. We seen this in our lifetime. Well, we seen it with Elvis, but we seen our lifetime with Eminem. Now we keep seeing he's the king of rap and the king of rock and I mean the king of rap and the best who ever did it on the top 10 list of shit. You ain't really have none that matter. You know what I'm saying? There's none of them shits that was classics to me. Even in the realm of you forget that shit. This shit was all fucking corny, stupid ass fucking records. I took it that serious. The rappers we have in the top 10 were always serious rappers. Nas, Rakim, KRS-One, Big Pun, Biggie, shit, even Tupac. I've never seen Snoop in it, but let's even say Snoop, Scarface. These serious motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen even Q-Tip in them niggas who are great party rockers, but not considered lyrical masters. And so you put Eminem amongst that elite? Nah, I don't get that. But they have to do that. It was always a problem of white people winning Grammys, or black people who made records for white people winning Grammys. And now they got the little white girl winning Grammys, and she's doing her best nigga impression. This bitch from Australia. She talk regular, it's like, "Hello, mate. Good day, chappy-o." But then she get in that rap shit, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because we gonna hear me doing the shit, me doing it up. You know how we do. We gonna get in there, we gonna open something up and pop some up. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like this, and it's gonna be like, and it's always like, because it's what we do. I'm looking at it, man, shut the fuck up. But they got her now as she won a Grammy. She's the queen of this and that and the other. They're so busy trying to steal your legacy and who you are, while you fucking around, sitting around talking about debating over patah and serious and fucking Israeli shit. The motherfuckers is knowing what it is. We need to sit or put ourselves in the position of your genetics. And they don't want to kiss our ass to do it. And let's be real, would you? You wouldn't, if a monkey was superior, you wouldn't want to kiss a monkey's ass to be superior. But you know you would have to get your ass on the tree and hump some red asses if they were superior. So they come too far with racism to do like we do, even though they do like we do. But see, when one person does like they try to open up a gateway to the genetics. So when this little girl's coming up doing a great nigga impression, they're gonna have to put her on top because it's going to open up the door in the mentality or the genealogy for white folks. House of Pain. They made that fucking song Jump Around. That became the national white anthem of every fucking thing. Jump around. Alright, so let's move on to this book. Let's see, we have to come back to that. Making of the White Man. There's some things I pointed out that he points out in his book. And that's this book. A must have. Now, he goes on, he's proven Elijah Muhammad's stuff. So he goes on and he's basically saying the sudden arrival of white people in the vicinity of the Caucasus Mountains. Now, the primary thing was of Elijah Muhammad that white people are from a place called the Caucasus Mountains. Now, you motherfuckers' name is Caucasian, so that can't be a lie. You know what I'm saying? And you got the Caucasus Mountains out there today. And this happened 2,000 years later when they unexpectedly came out the hills and attacked centers of civilization. By examining these events, we will be able better to determine what extent these facts in history agree with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. So basically, he set out to prove the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. And he does. Here he says, and we're skipping around, because they have no fixed homes and wander from place to place, historians usually describe their ways as nomadic or nomads. And that's Nomad, nomad, which is interesting, spelled backwards, Damon. Damon. Nomads. Now, in William Henry's book, this white boy, he explained a lot of shit with words and the etymology of words. He did a book called The Language of the Birds. The language of the birds is the language of the etymology of words, and you gaining knowledge from understanding the origin of these words. And he explained that the word amor, Amamor, is love. Amor, my amor. So spelled backwards is Roma, Roma. Rome is the opposite of motherfucking love. Demon or Damon means genius. The opposite of genius must be an idiot or a nomad. Get it together. Know who you are. So you talking about this ain't about hate. I just know who the fuck you are. So when I say what I say, it's not based upon my emotions. It's not based upon inferiority or superiority. It's about I know myself, therefore I know everything around me and everything that came out of us. Mitochondrial DNA. Get it right. Learn this shit. So, no, their way is nomadic. So the opposite of genius, all right, demon. In the book History of the Ancient World, Chester Starr talks about their lack of culture and their uncivilized way of life. As for their language and the uncertainty surrounding their place of origins, Starr says of them, since they are so backwards, it is difficult to use archaeological evidence to help pin down the original home of the Indo-European tongues. No specific patterns or physical culture can be attached to the language, and they were only written after the speakers came into contact with civilized peoples. So you were only able to speak it when you came into contact with civilized people after you was Caucasized in those mountains. All right, skip it again. Ancient, here he says, ancient accounts, some which were written by the Egyptians themselves. So now they're finding ancient accounts, this written by the Egyptians. Clearly illustrate the gloom in which the ancient societies had fallen. Such eyewitness accounts demonstrate how the white man came in and violently upsurged the ancient cultures by turning the wealth and sophistication of those civilizations into his own. So basically, you've seen that, as I pointed out, in the movie Alexander. You had Anthony Hopkins giving this eloquent account of Alexander the Great in his Egyptian robes with the Camite layout behind him, while black people sitting there with fans fanning his ass. This fucking fantasy. This fantasy of this reality, but they're still based upon that they upsurge the cultures by turning the wealth and sophistication of these civilizations into their own. So yeah, they have a history of not doing the work, but trying to sit their asses in our seats, but haven't done the genetic work. One such account, let me get this word right, called the Admonitons, Admonitions of Ipinuwer, IPU-WER, was written in Egypt right after the white man had gained control over the land. The account describes the invading nomad as cruel and cultureless barbarians who forced their way into Egypt, beat up the population, stripped the original inhabitants of their possessions. Regarding this matter, the admonitions, I can't get that word right. Admonitions of Ipiwer reads, or that book that I reads, barbarians from outside have come into Egypt. The children of the nobles are dashed against the walls, the storehouses stripped bare, its keeper stretched out on the ground. Behold now, something has been done which has never happened. He who never ever slept on a plank is now the owner of a bed. He who has never even slept on a plank is now the owner of a bed. So they're saying, based upon them coming in, stripping the nobles, stripping the dignitaries, upsurging the culture, they're saying the motherfucker who never even slept on a plank, now you're the owner of a bed. So this is how y'all rocked. You know what I'm saying? Let me get you the spelling, because I can't pronounce this right. This word is one of those words. Admonitions of Ipiwer, IPU-WER. So you could try to see if you find that document, and because this is what he's quoting. So he who's never slept on the plank is now sleeping in the bed. Behold, the owner of robes are now in rags, but he who's never wove for himself is now the owner of fine linen. Behold, she who once looked at her face in water is now the owner of a mirror. So they was trying to tell you this wasn't earned, you stole it. So in all of this, anything that you can show, especially in the Greek history, it's all ours. It is what it is. It is what it is. You got to come to terms with that shit if you really want to do something for yourself in the occult, or in any form of trying to save yourself for longer than this reality. Let's just say that. You're going to have to do something a little bit more harder than walk around here acting like you have some sort of birthright. You don't. We do. We're the chosen people. That's real. That's real based upon time and history, and it's been proven over and over again. I'm just going to give you a little taste out of books and name books that you guys wrote. Bobby Hemmett names books that you guys have wrote, The Iceman's Inheritance and so on and such, where you tell who you are. So you need to come to terms with that. The new race, Muhammad, I guess Elijah Muhammad says, were white people. He says the whites first appeared 6,000 years ago on an island called Pelan in the Algean Sea. They were made by a process of selective breeding called grafting. This is Elijah's way, I believe, to say cloning. But he's calling it grafting. He's telling you how they did it. According to Muhammad, it was black people living on the island of Pelan who gave birth to the whites. Under their leader, Yaaquub, now Bobby Hemmett breaks down that Yaaquub was most likely a priesthood, not just a man. A priesthood. Yaaquub, the blacks of Pelan were placed under a system of laws by which marriage was based on skin color, in which only lighter complected babies were allowed to survive. Muhammad teaches that over the course of many generations, the population of Pelan began to grow lighter and lighter until after 600 years of grafting, the people had become very pale and very white. So I think he's trying to tell you a story in the context so we can understand it. But when he keeps saying 6,000 years or 600 years, those are the numbers of man. You get what I'm saying? So he's talking about cloning. You get what I'm saying? And he's trying to give you numbers to give you a context. Or, you know what I mean? You know, because, you know, he'll say, how old is black? 66 trillion years and all of that. He knew mathematics and he knew science, but he knew black people only understood Bible stories at the time. So it's a way of giving them a story of trying to give them an understanding. So when some of these whites imagine if you're telling them cloning at the time, so you got to say grafting. When some of these whites from Pelan showed up in the Near East, their presence created a calamity. As a result, they were driven out, away from the people into the hills of West Asia. There, Muhammad teaches they remain for the next 2,000 years. And see, this is the same amount of time as Jesus, you know what I mean, before Christ BC. So all of that shit, you know what I'm saying, is symbolic numbers, I believe. Following the driving away of the whites, they became isolated and cut off, without proper guidance in the things to start a civilization on their own. And as a result, Elijah Muhammad explains they slipped into a life of savagery. He says that 2,000 years later, they upsurged civilizations and the original people. So he said when they became isolated in the Caucasus Mountains, that's when the little hope they had to change, the genetics went the other way, which is why you have what you have today. Chaos. Well, look at when they turn into that fear, you see what the cops do. All right, they go on to say a similar tradition from India explains the first Caucasians were made when a group of dark-skinned people gave birth to the light-complected babies, who in turn gave birth to a nation of albinos, whom other whites were born. Dr. John Davy mentions this tradition and considers the possibility of the white race having originated in this matter in the book called Account of the Island of Ceylon. Ceylon. That's this book by, what's his name? Dr. John Davy. So in this book, The Island of Ceylon, as to the likelihood whites first came into existence through the means similar to this, Dr. Davy admitted. Because he's talking about this Egyptian book, this Hindu mythology, which I'm going to find the name out in a second. And let me repeat that so we're clear on what he's saying. He's saying a similar tradition from India explains that the first Caucasians were made when a group of dark-skinned people gave birth to a group of light-skinned complected babies, who in turn gave birth to a nation of albinos, from whom other whites were born. So wait a minute, they're talking about this in Indian tradition, not just Elijah Muhammad and these racist Muslims. There's a story of this in Indian tradition. Okay, so this seems to be a worldwide, and that's why this book is interesting, because he tells you there's a worldwide understanding of your creation. This ain't just one lowly black man bringing this up. He was only manifesting or retelling something that was already in existence. Let's get it together. This is who you are. I'm not making this shit up. This is who you are. So Dr. Davy admits, he said, it's kind of easy to conceive there's an accidental variety of the kind might that of the kind might propagate, and that the white race of mankind is sprung from such an accidental variety. All right? The views of scientists like Dr. Davy and others concerning the origin of the white race generally are in accordance with Elijah Muhammad's teaching, and the most agree that white people have to have come into being by the way of darker skinned parents. Even scientists agree. This much at least was admitted by L. Boak, who in his article entitled Origin of Racial Characteristics in Man wrote, white skin started from an ancestor with black skin, and whose offspring hair and iris color was suppressed more and more. That's the grafting that Elijah Muhammad's talking about. You have white people co-signing your shit. Your white people's telling you this is true. You all right now? Come on now. He said, that description matches perfectly with what Elijah Muhammad referred to as grafting. Again, this is L. Boak, last name B-O-L-K. He wrote an article called The Origin of Radical Characteristics in Man, where he wrote, white skin started from an ancestor with black skin, whose offspring's hair and iris color were suppressed more and more. That description matches perfectly. So your iris, with Elijah Muhammad refers to grafting. So your iris was suppressed more and more. Grafting, getting the melanin out your system. Why would a nigga want to do that to anybody is cruel to me. When Charles Darwin discussed the origins of race, now here's your boy Charles Darwin. He too expressed the opinion that selection over the course of many generations had to have been used by bringing about what he called the characteristic differences between the races of man. He even went on to conclude, without some form of selective breeding, such radical difference simply could not be accounted for in a satisfactory manner. Darwin's findings that new races were formed by continuing to marry offspring who shared similar physical characteristics is still consistent with Elijah Muhammad's explanation of the grafting process. So even Darwin said, within all his we came from monkey shit, that the differences in the characteristics of man has to do with selective breeding, or what Elijah Muhammad called grafting. Come on now. This is your people telling your shit. James Cowles Pritchard, the British anthropologist, looked at the facts and concluded that the physical difference between the races of man could only have resulted from a method comparable to the process of artificial selection carried on by plant and animal breeders. This too is consistent with the words of Elijah Muhammad. Yaaquub! All right. The Evolution of Man by Dr. Conklin wrote, it is evident that the distinct races could not have been established and perpetrated except by the aid of isolation, chiefly geographical. So they're basically saying all these scientists are backing up that same grafting theory that you had to be isolated, married together, selective breeding. And this is definitely the truth, because the other theory is that, well, the climate made your hair like this and your skin like this, the Iceman, and we were the ice people. But the Eskimos been living in ice, and them still niggas. So that theory is dead. And they've been living in, they still motherfucking half Hawaiian, or whatever the fuck they was. So just living in ice ain't doing it. Motherfucker, you were selectively grafted and breeded. I guarantee you that. Genesis 30:35 says that Jacob, and this is the English translation of the name Yaaquub, Jacob, was able to produce unusually colored flocks of sheep and goat through the use of skillful breeding technique. According to the Bible, it took Jacob 6 years to successfully change the color of his flock. Genesis 31:41. So this is a symbolic tale of Yaaquub making a white man. Can I read that shit again? I think I need to. Genesis 30:35 says that Jacob or Yaaquub was able to produce unusually colored flocks of sheep and goat through the use of skillful breeding techniques. Yaaquub! According to the Bible, it took Jacob 6 years to successfully change the color of the flock. Genesis 31:41. Come on now. This story is there. The mythology is there. The symbology is there. Nigga, you was made on an island, nigga. You the son of Yaaquub. Yaaquub! Real history symbolically told. Alright? Many of the traditions in the ancient Near East tell the events and circumstances identical in every way to those taught by Elijah Muhammad. Viewed individually, it's easy to attribute such similarities to coincidence, but when collectively examined, ancient accounts presents a pattern so overwhelmingly consistent with the teachings of Muhammad that they leave no doubt as to the certainty of their meaning. So basically, he's saying, when you hear these stories, you may not get it. But when he did the research and collectively put them together, the shit became clear that this is a worldwide understanding of your origin. There's no history, no mystery to this. That's what he's saying here. A number of accounts include in this category tells the birth of a white-skinned child whose arrival signals the beginning of trouble and chaos, who ends up at being driven away from the Caucasus Mountains. So listen, driven away to the Caucasus Mountains. Let me say that again. A number of accounts are included in this category. Each tell the birth of a white-skinned child whose arrival signals the beginning of trouble and chaos. The beginning of trouble and chaos, who ends up being driven away from the people and taken to a remote location high in the Caucasus Mountains. So the beginning of trouble and chaos. And when we get here, this is one of the last things we're going to read, something called Ahriman. Lucifer and Ahriman, the influences of Lucifer and Ahriman by Rudolf Steiner. When we get here, because I bring that up now because I want you to remember the signaling of trouble and chaos and why I'm saying it, all right? So they're taken to the Caucasus Mountains. Historically, such accounts narrate the birth and arrival of a new race of people. The disruptions were followed by and driven away by a new race into the hills of West Asia. So they basically saying there was this trouble and you was down. We had you flowing with us. We had to kick your asses out. We couldn't do nothing with you. Such are the details that appear in the history of ancient Persia. All right, this is from ancient Persia. There's details. There's a story in ancient Persia. This is before your racist Elijah Muhammad. Here's in the mythology. The history of ancient Persia is outlined in a national epic called the Shahnameh. Shahnameh. SHAH-MANAMA. Shahnameh. The ancient account relates an event in which two dark-skinned parents give birth to a white-skinned son. The boy's father was terrified by the unusual color of the child, and he immediately announced to the people that his newly arrived son belonged to a race of devils. A race of devils. Now, they're using this terminology because in the ancient world, devil meant opposite or adversary, which means opposite. So when you see something that's unlike, you're saying it's the devil based upon opposite. Elijah Muhammad uses the devil based upon our classic understanding of heaven, hell, and the devil being bad. But he's saying the devil based upon him being unlike of the adversary. I think Satan or the devil, one of them means adversary. And so he's saying he belonged to a race of opposites, or the race of devils. Because remember, if he's the first white person, he can't be a race. They didn't exist yet. Soon thereafter, a group of men from among the elders in the city issue a warning concerning the white child's future. Turning towards the father of the boy, the elders declared, this will be to thee productive of nothing but calamity. They're telling you, the white man will be productive of nothing but calamity. That's his story. And you need to prove or show me what you have done that is opposite that on this planet. Nothing. Nothing. You have manifest this reality. You have been nothing as a group. Now, as individuals, we could tell different story. I know individual white people. There's some individual white people I like. This ain't about hate. This ain't about a blanket statement. But as collective white people, I know if some of that pressure was on, the motherfuckers will be just anybody else too, because it's in the genetics. But if hanging out and go get a drink with Skipper and them, you know what I'm saying, and Thad, you know what I'm saying, and Skip and the rest of the guys, you know what I'm saying, that can happen with me. But those are individuals. If you want to get into like hate and just hating, there's more black people I would hate because there's more black people I interacted with and had problems with, you know what I'm saying, than white people. White people never held a gun on me. White people never did this. White people never did that. Collectively, the system of white supremacy is what I would hate, because that system puts them up and keeps us down. But most white people don't know shit about how to interact with. There's only 1% of conscious white people. If I'm going to hate anybody, I'm going to hate that 1%, because they are conscious of what they're doing and they are purposely suppressing blah, 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 and so on and so forth. They're purposely promoting and maintaining white supremacy. Other white people are just living in it. You know what I'm saying? Just like you're just living in it. You know what I'm saying? As an inferior in a white supremacist world. So the individual, you can't blame the individual. When you talk about the devil and calamity, you're talking about their nature. What is in them will create calamity. Without guidance, it will create calamity. That's why I said, when that black girl said, I know who my parents are, that white girl said, I know who my parents are, she was at the beginning of saving herself. Because she was in a position where she knew who her father was and she had to come to us. So she understood it takes us to civilize her. No matter how uncivilized we act, she's not going to offend us. So without no civilization, unchecked, this will be to thee productive of nothing but calamity. That's what the elders said. As in the story of Adam and Eve, a decision was made to remove the child Adam from the region. In the words of the Shahanama, the white-skinned boy was stripped bare and removed from the land, abandoned in some remote place, far from the association of man. This is in an ancient Persian text. They're telling you about the motherfuckers getting kicked out the Garden of Eden or thrown in the Caucasus Mountains. This ain't made up. This is real world understanding of who you are, even though you don't even understand who the fuck you are. You're busy worrying about who the fuck we are and what Panic should be doing and be studying. You need to worry about who the fuck you are and know who the fuck you are, motherfucker. You see all the movies where they find out they the clone and they the robot the whole fucking time? That's you, motherfucker. So he's abandoned, taken to some remote place, far from the association with man. Thus the child was seized and taken to Mount Alburz, Alburz, in the heart of the Caucasus Mountains. Even in the Persia, they took your ass to the Caucasus Mountains. There the boy was abandoned, isolated and alone. He grew up naked and without shelter. Another tradition called the Book of Enoch. It fits a similar pattern and states that Lamach's wife gave birth to a white-skinned son. Lamach's wife's white-skinned son likewise ends up in the Caucasus Mountains. Here we go again in the Book of Enoch. Yaaquub. So, and this is called Mount Ararat. A-R-A-R-A-T. I'm sorry, A-R-A-R-A-T, correct. Ararat. According to the version, according to the version found in the Book of Enoch, Lamech, the boy's father, described the child as changed, unalike, of a different nature than those who had lived before him. As in the other accounts, the newly arrived child's skin is said to have been white as snow. So white as snow is what? Unalike, of a different nature. Changed. That's how they describe this shit in ancient texts of you. His hair was blonde. The Book of Enoch talks about what happened when Lamech learned that the wife had given birth to an uncommonly colored child. In this regards, chapter 105 states, now mind you, these ain't real motherfucking people. Get that off your mind. This is a story, a mythology trying to explain concepts a lot of time about races and people and groups, not really individuals. They're telling the story of individuals because they're masking the stories. That's what these priesthoods have done. They're masking the story. I mean, you actually, half the shit you see on TV now is the story of Romeo and Juliet, the same core story. A lot of these new movies is just modern day, even though they're not saying it. It's the same scenario. So they basically taking this one story or this one idea and just keep retelling it as long as the characters remain true to their form. So they're telling this one story in the, what is it called? I want to get this book right. The Shah Naman or whatever that fuck was. The book, the Shahnameh, this Persian book. They're telling the same book in the Book of Enoch. This is a story retelling. That's what black people too tell the same motherfucking story over and over, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? The signifying monkey. We telling that shit over and over. Dolomite and all these niggas telling the signifying monkey over. Because we know we keep tradition, oral tradition, so when they writing it down, the names and the faces change and the context change, but they're telling you the same idea. And this is the idea of how you were here, how you were born. We don't know you, we know you. We know who you are. When I talk, I don't talk because I have a goddamn superiority or inferiority complex. It's beneath me. I'm not into this human politics shit. You need to please believe me. What I'm talking about is fucking alchemy, genetics. You need to know who you are, motherfucker. Sitting around worrying about like we all go to the same place. I'm sorry, we're not from the same place. We're not born the same thing. To me, that same monkeys go to the same place as me. Monkeys go where monkeys go. They're different. They're genetically different. They have a different purpose. You don't have the same purpose as us. Maybe one day you can earn our purpose, but not today, player. Yaaquub. So, chapter 105 states, she became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh which was white as snow and red as a rose. His hair, whose head was white and long. Lamech's father was afraid of him, and flying away to his own father, Methuselah, said, I have begotten a son, a changed son. He is not human, but is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike us. Here's the circumstances surrounding the birth of a white-skinned child, symbolically representing the arrival of a new white-skinned race of people into the region of the Near East. So basically, Mr. Guthrie understands that this is about symbology of the white race. He's not fooled. He's not, even though he's a Muslim guy, he doesn't think these are actual one historical fact. He understands this is a symbolic story being told. Here are the circumstances surrounding the white birth of the white race child, symbolically representing the arrival of a new white-skinned race into the region of the Near East. Lamech's father, Methuselah, not knowing what to make of this unusual-looking boy, went seeking the advice of his own father, Enoch. Thus Methuselah went to Enoch and said, a child has been born, Yaaquub, whose nature is not like the nature of man. His color is whiter than snow. He is redder than the rose. The hair of his is whiter than white. And behold, I am come to thee, and thou mightest point out to me the truth. Methuselah's last statement suggests that there's to be hidden meaning or a symbolic purpose associated with the birth of this child. That the child's birth is only an allegory signaling the beginning of some important historical event. So even them, they was predicting this is going to be a problem. Now, when you go to the temple of Seti 1, and they talk about the Tamahu, what they're talking about on them walls is our biggest mistake was creating the Tamahu. The Tamahu. Created, Tam, creation, who? White man. The created white man. That's our biggest fuck up. That's what they saying. This is all over the world, this story. Elijah Muhammad only just gave it to you in a modern day sense. But this is a worldwide fact. This is who you are. This is what's real. And black people need to know this and stop playing with this one little thing. And I'm telling you this so you can get over these motherfuckers. Get over it. You get what I'm saying? You got them on your too special list. You know what I'm saying? Your genetics are fucking superior. That's why you get to call yourself gods and goddesses. But your genetics listen to you. And based upon your mind and your thinking, that's how it react. And you ain't thinking about shit. You ain't doing shit. So until you activate some of those sleeping gods inside of you, you're going to be walking around with the mindset that's created for you to compete on their level, which is you a fish out of water with that shit. You get back in the water, you start dealing with your full potential, your spirituality, what lies dormant in your genes, your genetics. That's what you need to rely on. That's why they come out with so much information and so much hitting you with racism, because it's really to distract you from your own genetics. And each time you think genetics, you start thinking superiority, inferiority, and they're going to start cleaning my shoes. Get past that. Understand your superiority comes from your superior self, your superior mastery over the universe, superior mastery over self. It has nothing to do with the comparison of some little white boy that Enoch is saying, oh goddamn, we done fucked up. It's a historical announcement that's about to fucking occur. You get what I'm saying? Some important historical event that's about to fuck everything up. Yaaquub. Enoch's response to Methuselah's shocking announcement confirms a change that was in fact about to occur. Following Methuselah's announcement, Enoch responds, then I, Enoch, answered and said, the Lord will effect a new thing upon the earth. So the words of a new thing upon the earth forewarned the change that was about to take place following the arrival of a white-skinned child. Moreover, Enoch's word indicate that the arrival of the child would bring about change that would affect the whole earth. That would after the course of civilization, that it would alter the course of civilization. And has it not? These were predictions. These wasn't no guy named Enoch. These were the priests of that day giving predictions of what the coming of the white race, what it would do. Which tells you, we in control. We still think that these white people are controlling shit. We knew who and what they are and what they would do and what was to come. This ain't no loss. We didn't lose nothing. We knew this was to come, and we understood with his birth, that means we had to go through it. We made the decision to go through this goddamn calamity. You see the priesthood of the day telling you this shit. That's why we say we running this. They running around it. You're conscious, even though you're not conscious of how you're running it. We are back and we're telling you now. I'm telling you now how you really running this. How you get into the consciousness of your power. And even in your unconsciousness, even in your ignorance, you are still running this shit. You're just not aware that you're running this shit. And I'm telling you now, the ancients already knew who and what they was before they even know, and they still don't know who and what they are. And the ancients knew who and what they was and what they were doing, what was to come. They're telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. You can read it for your fucking self. And I'm skipping around. Read the fucking whole book. And you may get some Yaaquub. So, So the words, a new thing upon the earth, forewarned the change which was about to take place following the arrival of the white-skinned child. Moreover, Enoch's word indicate that the arrival of the child would bring about change that would affect the whole earth. Then that it would alter the course of civilization. That much, this is much the same as what Elijah Muhammad says happened in the Near East 6,000 years ago, and the facts bear out. Elijah Muhammad was only reflecting a prophecy, a reality that we knew. But since we were in a time where we had to follow somebody, people said, well, Elijah Muhammad brung this and Allah told him. But he was only reflecting ancient science that they were teaching on the origins of this shit in his fucking study before it was outlawed. Him and Noble Drew Ali. They know who and what you are, and they related to the black people. Get it together. This ain't hard. This ain't hard at all. That's why you walking around, they the Illuminati and this and that. First of all, if they Illuminati do all this shit, why they doing all this shit? They must be scared of you. What are they scared of? Your intelligence? Fuck no. Scared of your fucking genetics. Because they have an inferiority, superiority complex. You're not doing nothing because you don't have that complex. But by you just being you and activating you, they disappear. The strongest monkey gets the nuts. The strongest monkey eats the banana. And monkeys in the monkey kingdom base that shit upon genetics. You swing the fastest, you swing the biggest stick, and you the biggest monkey with the biggest dick, you doing the fucking. In the gorilla family, what's the silverback that run it? The nigga that do the most smacking around of niggas, and the niggas that run the most doggy snap. He's the biggest gorilla that pounds on his motherfucking chest. Genetics. That's how they figure shit out in the kingdom world, even within each other. So if your genetics are suppressed, they did that through Willie Lynch and other means, in your own ignorance of self, your own sleeping period. If your genetics are suppressed, then they can actually compete with you. What they're scared of is your shit coming back online. And we scared of the word genetics, so we think it's racism. We think it's for us to be superior, they have to be inferior. No, they just won't get the bananas that they get, and they're about survival. They just don't want to have that cave life that they have. So they will do anything to stay up out of it. What would you do if you were stuck in a cave like that? So in the Bible, a similar change occurred according to the writing of Adam and Eve's subsequent expulsion from the garden. Oh, wait a minute. And he goes into detail, and he stays here a lot on Adam and Eve because niggas is all stuck in the Bible. But I'll give you just a little bit because I'm not going to get all biblical on that ass. In the Bible, a similar change occurs arriving Adam and Eve, the subsequent expulsion from the garden. The Holy Quran also states that just before the making of Adam, the angels warned that Adam's arrival would only create mischief in the shedding of blood. In the Quran, they say, if you make Adam, it's going to be fucked up. Come on now. They're telling you through the symbols. So nobody made the white man to say after the fact. It's clear that we made him and said, oh shit. Or the priest of Yaaquub made him and we knew what was coming. We was never lost. We're still not lost. You just don't know it though. So it said in the Holy Quran also states that just before the making of Adam, the angels warned that Adam's arrival would only create mischief and cause the shedding of blood. The nature of the warning is similar to, in many ways, to the one issued by the elders in the Shahnameh, and their prophetic words in the prophetic words of Methuselah to Enoch. In each example, the phrase calamity, new thing, mischief, the shedding of blood accurately describe the disturbance that swept through the ancient societies in the Near East and upset the course of civilization 6,000 years ago. These accounts are really historical narratives of events that occurred long ago. All right, so scholars who agree, these are scholars who agree with Elijah Muhammad. Dr. C.W. Shields, he writes that the human family did not start with Adam. So, people, they got this idea that Adam was the first man. No. In the book, The Scientific Evidences of Revealed Religion, C.W. Shields wrote, Let's see what he wrote. The Genesis records deal with the Adam Caucasian race, the Adamite Caucasian race. Although the human race is wider than the scope of the Caucasians and much more earlier than the Adamites. Niggas. Other scholars have expressed similar points of view in the book Genesis of Earth and the Man. Reginald Stuart Poole, the British Museum also surveyed the facts, found that both science and Bible teaches the existence of man before the making of Adam. In addition, Dr. Poole found that Adam was the first individual of a new variety of species. So he's the first individual of a new variety of species, symbolically, of course. And regarding this racial significance of his findings, Poole admitted that Adam was the proper progenitor of the white race only, and that before the creation of Adam, the black race had been established in the continent of Africa. This is from The Genesis of Earth and Man by Reginald Stuart Poole of the British Museum. Dr. J.P. Thompson, another scientist, also concluded that the Bible story of Adam and Eve outlines the early history of the Caucasian race. One of his books, Man in Genesis and Genealogy, characterizes this view as only one possible way which the Bible and scientists may yet be harmonized. Thomas Scoto, the 14th century Spanish monk, who was put on trial and executed after he tried to reveal information identical to that taught of Elijah Muhammad. Thomas Scoto said the story of Adam and Eve simply told of the making of one group of people by another. Records kept by the Church of Spain show that Thomas Scoto was charged with the crime of spreading an unauthorized view of the scriptures. Not a lie. He was charged with spreading an unauthorized view of the scriptures. At his trial, the monk responded to the charges against him by declaring in Latin. I'm not going to read this shit in Latin, but it means, well, he's anti-Adam ferunt homines et per ilios homos fruit factus Adam. Yaaquub? Meaning there were men before Adam, and Adam was made by those men. Thomas Scoto endured great suffering on the behalf of his belief. So basically, there's a account of a motherfucker who was and this is all Adam and Eve. He went hard with all these motherfuckers saying Adam and Eve is a symbolic story of the making of the white race. And even in Genesis today, they still can't figure out why it says, let us make a man and all this kind of shit. Who's us? Who's the Elohim? Niggahims. You know what I'm saying? It's the Niggohims that made the Caucasianites. A Muslim scholar, Al-Maqdisi, M-A-Q-D-I-S-I, Al-Maqdisi, is known to have reached the same conclusion. Al-Maqdisi cited verses of the Holy Quran as an authority for his statements. Quoting chapter 2, verse 28, Al-Maqdisi showed where the angels had accused Adam of being a murderer. According to Maqdisi, the people who Adam murdered were those who had already been living on earth prior to his arrival. The black man. Which means what? Off to the Caucasus Mountains. Out of the Garden of Eden. Yaaquub. In the year 1655, Isaac D. Leperrier, a priest of the Orthodox faith, upset the Christian authorities by publishing a book called Men Before Adam. And he goes into what's in the book. Just the name Men Before Adam is enough for you to get the point of where that went. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Chapter 5, which I'm not going to go through because we still have a lot to cover. The white man driven from civilization. And he goes into more of the stories around the world of this idea of the white man being driven out of civilization. Now, here's what I find motherfucking interesting. Listen to this shit. This is recording in the writings of Diodorus. Diodorus, he's an ancient Egyptian writer. The events outlined in the Shahnameh were also summarized in other sources. So now he's about to give us other sources of this Persian text, which we all had plenty of so far, but another ancient source. Such sources likewise record a series of events identical to those taught by Elijah Muhammad. One example appears in the writings of Diodorus. Diodorus, the ancient writer, admits to have copied his account from even earlier records that had been kept by the ancient Egyptians. So he's admitting, I got my work from some ancient Egyptians. And let's see what he says. Book, and these are Roman numerals, XL, whatever that is, 10 or 9 or whatever the fuck, or 100 and whatever. Book XL. Diodorus says the following appearance: ruddy-skinned strangers. Egypt began to suffer a multitude of troubles and diseases. According to the words of Diodorus, the original people of the land decided that the only way to put an end to their troubles was to round up all the strangers they could find and drive them out. Across the border, concerning what happened, Diodorus writes, when in ancient times a pestilence arose in Egypt, the common people ascribed their troubles to the workings of a divine agency. For indeed, the many strangers of all sorts of dwellings were in their midst. Whitey. The natives of the land surmised that unless they removed the foreigners, their troubles would never be resolved. Once, therefore, the aliens were driven out from the country. When I heard this blew my mind. Because you know what that told me? Now you understand the real story of Moses. Moses is Sumerian mythology, but half of that story is coming from the removal of the white man out the land. Ain't no, we got an exodus and Moses came and saved us. No, Moses is Musa, which they talk about as a trainer and kept them in this land. But if you listen to the story of Moses, because the story of when they got kicked out, they crossed the desert and they go to a mountain. In the story of Moses, they cross the desert and they go to Mount Sinai. That's the Caucasus motherfucking mountains. They told you the story of white men. They got kicked the fuck out of Egypt. The 10 plagues, they said here that there was a pestilence that rose in Egypt. So they had to get them out. That's the 10 motherfucking plagues. And they got the white man, they kicked them out and threw them across the fucking Red Sea, across the desert to the motherfucking Caucasus Mountains. The story of fucking Moses is mythology mixed with the true story of the fucking white man getting kicked out of Egypt. Now go tell it on the motherfucking mountain, the Caucasus Mountains. You just been told, Yaaquub. So, aren't the words of the ancient identical to Elijah Muhammad says what happened 6,000 years ago following the arrival of white men and the original people? As to identify those strangers, Diodorus refers to them in another place as a race of lepers. As the people having white marks on their skin in the book of XXX1V, Diodorus wrote, for by way of purging the country of all persons who had white or leprous marks on their bodies, had been assembled and driven across the border, being under a curse. What Diodorus here calls white or leprous marks on the body is shown in other writings as well as the writings of Manethello, the Egyptian priest, to have been in a reference of people having white or pale complexions. Many of the writers of ancient Egypt, Hebrews, Greeks, and ancient Egyptians, Hebrews and Greeks and others refer to white or pale complected skin as a form of leprosy, a disease characterized by skin ulcers and pigmentary deficiency. So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all not running this. We've been talking about y'all. We've been know about y'all. You know know what I'm saying? Let my people go. That's y'all niggas. Back to the mountains, niggas. Back to the mountains. Back to the mountains. Mount Sinai. Caucasoid Central. That's who you are. Let's be real. Let's stop playing with this shit like you fucking emailing me like we on some peer-to-peer level. Nigga. You pestilence. I know who you are. Get your genetics right before you fuck around with me. Fuck all this getting your intelligence right. That will never happen. Get your motherfucking genetics right. The word pestilence used in the translation of Diodorus in earlier accounts described the state of affairs brought on by the pestilence of strangers. To the extent, pestilence simply means a nuisance. Or a pest, a fucking nuisance. Related sources show that the ancient times acts as mischief or a nuisance. In ancient times, they acted as mischief or a nuisance, were also viewed as symptoms of a disease. Since Diodorus uses the word pestilence to describe the troubles that the original people sought to resolve, it is clear that the nuisance or state of mischief is intended. All in all, Diodorus' account written thousands of years ago presents a series of historical events identical to every other way outlined by Elijah Muhammad. They speak of the early group of white-skinned strangers in the region of the Near East, the troubles that began to follow, and the way in which the white-skinned strangers were rounded up and driven out the region. That's Moses, Yaaquub. How well do these event listeners in the account of Diodorus and the Shah compare with the story of Adam and Eve? And then he goes into Adam and Eve, the Caucasus Mountains, and so on and so forth. Then he goes into a whole thing about the Caucasus people. I mean, this book is detailed. If you want to get that shit out the way once and for all, I swear to you it is. The Caucasus were driven to the border of West Asia, released in the area today what we call Turkey. That is the country which lies on the border of the Caucasus Mountains. Now, when I worked with my man Alex, and we worked overnight, Alex, he still listens. He still, because he could co-sign. And he remember we worked with this white dude named Al from Turkey. Now that was a white man. I mean, he just could not, you could see in his face, he just could not keep up with when we just talking to him. He just, in his face, he just couldn't keep up. He was so genetically back. You know, he's Muslim now because the Moors were there. The Turkish bathhouse, that's Moorish. Because the Moors went into Turkey, which is near the Caucasus Mountain, to try to train them. And they fucked that all up. You know what I'm saying? But you could see he had a smell that was just, you had to live in a mountain to, you know, you had to be from the mountain. There was pestilence coming off this motherfucker. His breath was incredibly weird. You know what I'm saying? He just couldn't get it. He couldn't fathom nothing. It was amazing that he was from Turkey. And now, when I seen this, that's what made me holler. I said, oh, the Caucasus Mountains is near Turkey. And it makes so much motherfucking sense. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. Right, he goes on to these desert thieves, these desert bandits, how they eventually started coming out the mountains and integrating and getting back into society as nomads, as bandits, as hijackers. On page 35 of the Book of Myth and Legends, Babylonia and Assyria, in Assyria, Lewis Spence quotes a source from the ancient Samaria describing how the devils in the desert would frequently lay obstacles across the road, wait till an unsuspecting person is stopped to remove the obstacles, at which time nomads would sneak up from behind and strike them down. This is what the ancient writers intended to wrote, blah, 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 blah. So he goes on through that. Now they also talk about something called the wall. Let me see when I can start that. All right, so the infestations in the deserts and the resultant danger along with the roads and caravan routes occurred during the period of Reconstruction, which was outlined in Chapter 1. It's also during that same time that other walls, besides those that guarded the border, had been constructed. So the same concept of these walls in Mexico that they're doing is not a new concept. It is a concept that existed because that's how we walled them out. Rope them in. Your rope. Rope them into the motherfucking in the Caucasus Mountain. We had to keep these motherfuckers out. So we had this wall. The additional walls were stretched out along the deserts. Their purpose was to keep the bandits from closing in on the reconstructed towns called cities now. The volume 2 of his book, Historical Researches into the Politics, Intercourse, and Trade of the Carthaginians, Ethiopians, and Egyptians, Arnold Hareen discusses one such wall that has been constructed along the desert of Mesopotamia. He says that through the presence of such a wall, the nomads were held back from entering civilization, having been cut off by a wall of bricks cemented with bitumen or bitumen, bitumen, whatever that is, which ran across the plain from the Euphrates to the Tigris and was commonly called the Median Wall. The Median Wall, this wall. Now, what's odd is in the TV show Game of Thrones, they show you this motherfucking wall. They have the city, which is the Game of Thrones of what they call in the city or their life, but they have this big motherfucking wall to keep these ghosts, ghouls, and spooks out. These motherfuckers that's always coming to rob them against the wall. You should watch the Game of Thrones. It's excellent anyway. It's excellent entertainment to show you how they lived. And in this motherfucker, they showed this wall, the Meridian motherfucking, the Median Wall. You know what I'm saying? The same shit that we kept these motherfucking Caucasoid bandits out the cities because these nomads was bringing this fucking pestilence and putting obstacles on the floor. Yaaquub! This was just one of the many such barricades they had to be erected along the desert to keep the whites away. It attested to the words of is attested to in the words of Hareen, who said the Median Wall, like many other structures of the same kind in Asia, appeared to have been designed to represent the incursions of the barbarian hordes, to repress the incursions of the barbarian hordes, which infested the desert, the desert without. The mountains which bounded Mesopotamia to the north in the great measure occupied the rude and warlike tribes. So he talks about this wall, which I brung up because you see that shit clearly. Oral traditions, he talks about. There's a book called The 12 Secrets of the Caucasus by Ishad Bey. Shit. I didn't realize it was this much shit. Then he goes into, I don't know why I got this shit marked, so let me just read it, see what it says. Page 119, Message to the Black Man, which is a must read. I read that when I was a child, of course. Muhammad explained they tamed some of these dogs to live in caves with their families to help protect them from the wild beasts. At the time, the dog held a high place among the family because of his fearlessness to attack his enemies for his master. So that's why today you have this phrase, dog is man's best friend. It's his best friend because of his dog's loyal service to him in the caves, and even the dog, that's why they kiss the dog in the mouth to today. They'll tongue kiss the white woman, tongue kiss the dog, because that's how they got it on. You know, they ain't have nothing to really give the dog but pussy in the cave. You know what I'm saying? So they just tongue kiss him and be like, yo, thank you for protecting my family and helping me get meat or whatever this is we eating now. You know what I'm saying? Life in the caves. He talks about that shit. In the book, Cave Hunting, Researches on the Evidence of Caves, respectively, Early Inhabitants of Europe by W. Boyd Dawkins. So he's talking about the early inhabitants of Europe. So in addition to the small caverns which nature had carved in limestone slopes, the early European lived in man-made holes or hollows. The hollows was a simple tunnel, 10 to 15 feet deep and wide enough for man to crawl through. This is where they lived, in these tunnels, these hollows, these hovels. At the end of the tunnel was an underground den or nest, like a natural cave. The hollow offered the white man a place of refuge and of safety, where he could hide, eat, and sleep. In times of bitter cold, the inhabitants of the hollow would cover the entrance with excrement or manure. This was a popular way of keeping warm during the winter months. In addition to blocking out the cold air, the steam produced beneath the rotting excrement served to warm and humidify the inside hollow. So basically, they crawled in a tunnel that ended in a hole and covered that shit up with shit to keep the motherfuckers out and to keep that sweet shit heat to keep them warm. Ancient sources indicate keeping warm by staying beneath massive piles of stench was common throughout many parts of Europe, and that the custom was still practiced as late as the time of Tacitus. Tacitus, an ancient historian, traveled extensively throughout the interior of Europe and wrote about some of the wild tribes who still inhabited the region in his day. In his book, Germania, Tacitus said about them, they also have the habit of hollowing out underground caves, which they cover with masses of manure. Such shelters tempers the keenness of frost. So this is how you live. This is who you are. This is who you are. The good news is you can change your genetics, but you ain't gonna do it the way you've been doing it. Y'all niggas is just figuring out how to fucking recycle, and that's the reality of you. Now, Dr. Africa talks about this. This is why they have a fetish for mud wrestling, because in the caves, and this is why they want girls to do it naked, because the mud is symbolic of the manure and the feces that they had to bring in with them in the caves. This was like, there's no TVs, there's no book, there's no light. All you have is shit. That's the only thing they could make for free. Shit. So all they did was just heat themselves up with it and fight and have sex in shit. So mud wrestling is symbolic of them rolling around in shit that they used to do in the caves. That's why they get a sexual rise out of mud wrestling and oil wrestling and shit like that. Yaaquub. All right, I want to move past this, but the Jamasp Namak, Jamasp one of the ancient Pahlavi texts, relates to the Mazandaran. The white man had fallen so low in his living habits. This is called the land of Mazandaran, which is the most accessible part of the Caucasus Mountains, known in ancient times as Mazandaran. So them motherfuckers is Mazandaran. They come from the land of Mazandaran. Mazandaran. Hi, I'm from Mazandaran. Yaaquub. So I guess Jamasp Namak, one of the ancient Pahlavi texts, Pahlavi, relates to the Mazandaran and relates that in Mazandaran, the white man had fallen so low in his living habits that he had started to resemble wild animals. According to the Jamasp Namak, behind the Caucasus Mountains, in the land of Mazandaran, lived a race of cave dwellers whose members were considered by others to be non-human. Do they know who they are? All right, let me see. Because I want to get past. We got so much shit to go through. In the Zarathustra, which is Zoroastrianism, Zarathustra, who wrote extensively about what he perceived as the need to fight against the Caucasian invaders, who he referred to as devils. Zarathustra. The book, The Story of Mankind by Hendrik Willem Van Loon. On page 17, Van Loon talks about the man from Egypt who first led the whites out of the caves and into the light of civilization. On page 17, well, I'm going to let that go. But he calls them or names them as Musa. And then every black person knows the story of Musa, who tried to control and contain the white people. Musa means Mos or Moses. So the story of Moses is a collaboration of the ancient Sumerian mythology and the goddamn historical story of the taming and controlling the white people. When he's on the Caucasus Mountain throwing the fucking commandments at them, that's nothing but the story of motherfucking Musa. Leading these niggas out, the pestilence leading Egypt. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. I want props for that shit. Yaaquub. So yeah, you can read it and read the details in this book. So I had to read the goddamn whole book to you to give you an interpretation. That's the making of the white man. Excellent. And a companion book is the book of Yaaquub. But now I want to get to some real shit. Because now after we get to their ancient shit, we gonna get to the real deal Holyfield, which is a book called Motherfucking Dirt. How you like this? How you like these apples? Pulled it out on your ass. Now I had this motherfucking book. Because it's out of print. This is an out of print book. I had this original motherfucking book by Terrence McLaughlin. And somebody begged to borrow it, and they still got it on their shelf, and it's probably just collecting fucking dirt now. But I was able to call my brother, our good brother, Azazel Bey in New York, and he get his hands on a copy of it because I wanted to go through it for this purpose. The name of the book, if you can get it anywhere, or maybe Azazel Bey will start selling it for you niggas, it's called Dirt, a social history as seen through the uses and abuses of dirt, from the Dorset Press in New York by an author named Terrence McLaughlin. And what Terrence McLaughlin does is give you plenty of bibliography and accounts of how Europeans live. So once you go to the next level of what you call a civilized European society, and out of the Dark Ages and around the Dark Ages, he has an account of that. Once you go from the next step of the Caucasus Mountains, you get what was happening in this book, Dirt. Not the only places, and he quotes a lot of books where he uses their source material to deal with where he gets his information from about dirt. Now, let's go through some of these highlights I got so you can see what really, how shit goes down out there. Alright. Mr. McLaughlin. And I got a lot of highlights in this motherfucker just for my studying, but then, I make other notes of things that we're going to share in this lecture. So let's start here. Saint Benedict, one of the greatest administrators of the early church, pronounced solemnly that to those that are well, and especially to the young, bathing shall seldomly be permitted. So Saint Benjamin decrees that, look, to the young and you who are well, we don't want y'all to take a bath. This is how they rolled in Europe. This was policy. You get what I'm saying? When you're fresh from the caves, this is in your genetics. So Saint Benedict, one of the greatest administrators of the early church, pronounced solemnly that to those that are well, and especially to the young, bathing shall seldomly be permitted. And his followers accepted this prohibition with great zeal. Nobody even complained about this shit. Nobody even, Yaaquub, no one even complained about this shit. You know what I'm saying? They accepted it with great zeal. They was excited not to take a fucking bath. Welcome to Europe, folks. Saint Agnes was never washed, throughout her lifetime. The fact that her lifetime was only 13 years may have some connection with this, but 13 years of never ever taking a bath. Oh my God. That's what you niggas is calling the Illuminati. Think about that shit for a second. That's what you niggas is trying to put on an equal. It's a debate in what you. The white man's doing this. The white man's doing that. The white man's doing that. You motherfucking their saints didn't fucking bathe. Saint Agnes didn't bathe her whole life. And this is a saint. Whatever that means. She never washed throughout her lifetime. And the 14th century pilgrim to Jerusalem boasted that she had not washed her face for over 18 years, as so not to disturb the holy water that was used at her baptism. So she ain't washed her face since she's been baptized for 18 motherfucking years. This is the genetics of the people you talking about that got the damn right to email me and tell me what the fuck is what. Motherfucker, your people ain't washed your face for 18 fucking years, Yaaquub. You know what I'm saying? She boasting in this shit too. She had not washed her face for over 18 years, so not to disturb the holy water that was used at her baptism. Saint Jerome criticized some of his followers for keeping too motherfucking clean. They beef with your ass for keeping your ass too clean. Many of these ascetics went further than a simple neglect their own bodies and sought out lepers. So they looked for the lepers in the community, suffering from ulcers and other people with more disgusting and dirty diseases. So to give them the ascetic the chance to wash the ulcered feet, I guess that is, with his own hair. His feet with his own hair in the style of Mary Magdalene, to kiss the leprous or ulcered skin, and generally wallow in the perverse delights of coprophilia. It is a pity that they did not try while giving themselves such a strange enjoyment to use any practical means of relieving the suffering of the patient. So basically, what they're saying right here is that the ascetics or the advanced men, the ascetics are like the priesthood. They went to find lepers, and what they did was they seen these lepers as something that was blessed. They would wash their hair with their feet and get with the ulcers. And we're going to tell you why they did that as we keep going on with this, so you can understand their mentality. And even this mentality is set through today. Well, I can skip ahead. This is where you get the concept of vaccination from. And I'm going to go into that deeper, why they would get with these diseased bodies. That's why the same way when they vaccinate you, they insert you with the disease now, so you could build up an immunity. They were doing this to build up an immunity to leprosy because they didn't know how to do anything advanced to go beyond it, never have it, or to eradicate it. So they got with it and they would become immune to these shits. That whole concept is vaccinations today. That's where that shit comes from. Sick minds. Your whole vaccination system is from a Caucasus Mountain consciousness, nigga. You niggas is what's that place? You niggas is getting with man's attention. What was that motherfucking place they lived at? Here we go. This motherfucker, Mazandaran. Mazandaran. The land of Mazandaran. Your niggas got a Mazandaran mentality. You know what I'm saying? This is that Mazandaran science. Yaaquub, this is that Mazandaran science. You know what I'm saying? Vaccination, going in there, getting their shots and all that shit. You need to get off that Mazandaran shit. You know what I'm saying? So, St. Hugh of Lincoln used to gather together a great assembly of male lepers and then kiss them, reserving his fondest and closest embraces for those who were most deformed, and taking care to kiss the actual ulcers on their skin. Yaaquub! Alright, here's something else. Leprosy had come from Egypt, while the Roman soldiers more permanent with the Roman soldiers. So The Roman soldiers brought leprosy to Egypt. And wasn't that one of the plagues? Boils on the skin, right? And then let my people go. So you talk about, this is white people shit. This is white people in Egypt. It wasn't no motherfucker. The Jews were building pyramids. And we were so fucking mean and wanted them there. And the Red Sea closed up on them. None of that shit. The motherfuckers brought pestilence. And they had to go. Leprosy is one of them. Boils on the fucking skin. So leprosy had come to Egypt with the Roman soldiers. A more permanent prize than Cleopatra. So they basically saying this is a more permanent prize than Cleopatra, who they brung to. You know that bullshit story over and over again. So more than that, leprosy, they brung leprosy, not just that white hole, leprosy as well. It appeared as a skin complaint, with small patches of the skin seemed to lose all feeling, so that the pins could be stuck into them without any sensation of pain. The spots turn pale gray and white, and larger areas of the body begin to suffer with the same anesthesia. Looks like I guess anesthesia, because you couldn't feel any pain. And some of the patches turn into sores, and eventually large open ulcers produce a continuous stream of pus. The hands and feet became deformed and sponge-like, and the nose was often affected so that the continuous sneezing and finally suffocation resulted. It was a disease aptly called the living death. That was leprosy. Let's see. And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent and his head bare, and shall be put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, unclean, unclean. All the days within the plague shall be in him, and he shall be defiled. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone. Without the camp shall his habitation be. Now listen to that. This is in the Bible, but the Crusades brought the Europeans from all country to Palestine. One of the great epidemic centuries of leprosy. So just going to Palestine, they brought this leprosy there as well. Many a returned warrior musing over the strange sunlit landscape and the exotic luxury of the Arabs must have felt a particular deadness in their hands, perhaps when they clutched the sword lit to the horse's reins and realized with a sudden chill that the words of Leviticus could now be applied to them. So this is in the Bible, and listen to this again. And the leper, whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head shall be bare. His head shall be bare, and his clothes shall be rent. His clothes shall be rent means he has no culture. So he's wearing clothes of everything but him. See, our clothes weren't rent because our clothes reflected who he was. We're talking about the white man here. His head shall be bare means he has no information. He shall put a covering upon his upper lip and shall cry, meaning he can't even speak truth. That's the covering on his upper lip. He cannot speak truth. Unclean, unclean. They're telling you, the white man. All the days within the plague shall be in him, and he shall be defiled. Listen, all days wherein the plague shall be in him, and he shall be defiled. As long as they show up manifested like that, the plague is in you, based upon your genetics, player. So when you start telling me we all go to the same motherfucking place, no, the plague is in you. You are not the same as me. Until you get that, until you cure yourself with this alchemy, you ain't going nowhere, dog. And you ain't going nowhere. I'm going to anything like me is going. Genetically, we have done the work. You have not. All throughout history, we're telling you who you are. Unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him, and he shall be defiled. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone. Without camp shall his habitation be. A nomad. A nomad. Without camp should his habitation be. He dwells alone. A nomad. This is all over. If you know what you're reading. If we didn't read what we just read, you would have missed that shit. You wouldn't even know what that meant. But see, now if you understand what you know and you're looking for, you reading something from the words of Leviticus, where you understand what they're talking about now, player. Your ass. This story of you is around the world. This story around you, even you, Terrence McLaughlin is telling it. Terrence McLaughlin is a white boy telling the story of you, dirt. If Elijah Muhammad's too niggery for you, let's get to your shit. You know what I'm saying? The New Testament provided the answers. Christ himself had eaten in the house of Simon, the leper. He has cured lepers a certain day. Leprosy was a punishment for sin, the mark of no divine grace, whatever. Now, the first English hospital was in Nottingham, but they soon began to spring up all over England. Leper hospitals or Lazar houses became a fashionable way of purchasing one's way into heaven. The supply soon began to exceed the demand. They were at one time nearly 300 in England and 2,000 in France. That's how many lepers, that's how much nasty shit was on your skin. Saint Benedict, so they were by no means they were trained in the tradition of Saint Benedict, which means, remember, Saint Benedict was the one that said nobody wash, especially kids in the well. So if these hospitals were trained in the tradition of Saint Benedict, they were no means hygienic places that the word hospital suggests today, but rather insanitary holes suitable for the poor to die in. So basically, these 200 in England and 2,000 in France places were just places to house lepers to die. That's how y'all dealt with your shit. And that's pretty much how you deal with it now, because that's what hospitals are. Not places to get well, places to die. Every doctor is trained not for cures. They're trained for treatments. Ask a doctor today, well, what's your training? To treat you, not to cure you. To treat cancer, to treat this one, to treat high blood pressure, to treat this and that. Not to cure you, to treat you. It's not about cures. Not only do they not know how to cure, mostly, if they do, they're not going to share it because it's to treat you. So these hospitals are nothing but sanitary holes suitable for the poor to die in, as opposed to the insanitary holes of that day. Monasteries were also endowed richly, but they were very little more clean. Fresh straw for the mattresses were provided once a year. So they slept on straw for mattresses that was only changed once a motherfucking year. Water for baths 2 or 3 or even 4 times a year, says an 11th century chronicler, Abrams A.J. Lamb. Most of the monks still retain the habits and the outlook of Gibbon's Anachorets and was contemptuous of cleaning. So he's saying most of the monks were contemptuous of cleanliness, rather. Their robes were issued rarely, and in most monasteries that there cannot often have been old ones to use even as toilet paper. They're saying these robes were too dirty to even use as motherfucking toilet paper. And they didn't even have enough to use the old ones as toilet paper. They used the old ones, basically. As at St. Albans, as they lived, ate, and slept in them, the robes, the odor of the sanctuary must have been somewhat overpowering. The Roman baths fell down, and the Christian abbeys and the churches rose up. The spiritual gain may have been there, but there was an apocalypse to come. We talk about the dance of death. Alright? And a lot of what was happening when they was dying because of all this, they was calling the Black Death. So in their psyche, you could see everything black to them equated to death. And this was because of their lack of understanding. When they seen us, our magic, our mystery, our power, and everything they didn't understand, because they didn't even understand us as a people, how we move, operate, and how we think. So anything that they didn't understand became black. The Black Plague, the Black Death, what they call the the Black Times or whatever they called it. So now let's move on a little bit. The plague is carried by fleas. So by the time they got into all the plagues, because of how filthy they were in Europe at the time, they recognized, or later recognized, plague is carried by fleas, which in turn are passengers on rats or other rodents. So you hear all these stories about the rodents carried all these plagues throughout Europe. You know, it was so infested with rats. But actually, it's the fleas on the rats that carry the plague. So plague is carried by fleas, which in turn are passenger on rats and other rodents. So the fleas can spread to human beings or other animals and pass from one victim to the other, taking a little blood and paying for it in a deadly currency of plague and germ. So you may interfere with the fleas, and then wait till you see what they say about the white man and his fleas. They still allowed their houses to be run with rats and their bodies in beds with fleas. This is the standard he's telling us in Europe. House run over with rats, bodies in beds with fleas. Fleas were so common that they were regarded almost affectionately as a constant companion to man. Certainly, fleas and lice, if not man's best friend, might be considered his closest friend. And those who were lucky enough to have the best and warmest clothes often had the most fucking fleas. This is who you are. This is who you are. If you feel better or you came out of it, sure you did. But your agenda is not intertwined with mine. I believe you have. I believe y'all came past most of y'all are fleas. But you need to acknowledge where you are so you can go to your next level. Your next level is not interfacing with my shit. I'm talking to the motherfucking grown-ups. And that's genetically grown. Not motherfuckers who was just fucking around as fleas as your goddamn best friend or your closest friend and shit. When St. Thomas à Becket was disrobed for his burial after his assassination, a large population of disciples was evicted. The dead archbishop was clothed in an extraordinary accumulation of garments. Outermost there was a large brown mantle, next a white surplice. Underneath this a fur coat of lamb's wool, then a woolen pelisse and another woolen pelisse, P-E-L-I-S-S-E. Below this, the black cowl robe of the Benedictine order, then a shirt, then finally next to his body a tight-fitting suit with coarse haircloth covering on the outside, linen, the first of its kind seen in England. Innumerable vermin which had infested the dead prelate was stimulated by such activity by the coal that his haircloth, in the words of the chronicler, boiled over with them like water in a simmering cauldron. Oh my God. First of all, they show you how many layers this thing. That's homeless shit. You know what I'm saying? All them fucking layers of clothes. You know what I'm saying? That's how fucked up the Europe was. The same way homeless wear these layers of shit and fleas is all under the motherfuckers. That's how they lived. That was the archbishop. That was the fucking archbishop. He said, now once they took all this shit off to bury him, he had so many fleas that his hair looked like, oh my, this shit is giving me creeps just thinking about it. In the words of the chronicler, it boiled over with them like water in a simmering cauldron. So you know how water boils? When his fleas got aggravated by them taking off the clothes, so his hair looks like boiling water, a cauldron of boiling water by the fleas that's just upset. This is giving me the fucking itch. Yaaquub. Ooh, goddamn, I'm still itching just thinking about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is nasty. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers give me the itch for real. Alright. Tharius Bombast von Hohenheim, the great father of medical quackery. That's who he's called. He's the father of medical quackery. This motherfucker's a quack. You know what I'm saying? Reported on the widespread use of dried toads to relieve the pain of bubbles, which is those warts, explaining that a live toad is moist and slimy. So a dry toad will absorb any moist and slimy material from the body. When it's full, it should be thrown away and a new toad applied. All right. On an obscure reasoning that evil can be driven out by evil, the boils of the dead plague victims were cut out and dried. Okay, I want you to hear this. On the obscure reasoning, this is the reasoning that evil can drive out evil. The boils of the dead plague victims were cut out and dried and administered to the sick as a remedy. What did I tell you? There you just heard the origin of goddamn these inoculations. They take, because what they do when they give you these inoculations, it's actually all the diseases. It's the disease, and it's like rat hair and all these things. The idea, if they give you a little bit, your body's going to build up an immunity to it. So you are now safe from it because you had a little bit introduced into your system. So this idea comes from an obscure reasoning that evil can drive out evil. The boils of the dead plague victims are cut out, dried, and administered to the sick as a remedy. That's what they're doing now. That's where this sick practice comes from. I just told you this nigga, the fucking archbishop had so many fucking fleas it looked like his head was boiling. Because they was upset when they took off the nigga's clothes. How do you walk around with that? Oh, I'm fucking just itching thinking about that shit. So in East Prussia, the peelings from the boils were given to the healthy in the milk as a prophylactic. The belief that one poison could drive out another induced many people, particularly the poor who could not afford doctor's bills, to spoon the pus out of the boils of the dying and the dead and swallow it. They used to get in that pus and swallow it. This is their science. This is who you are. Saint Catherine of Siena is renowned for having subjugated the body. This is Saint Catherine of Siena is renowned for having subjugated the body of subjugated the body by drinking a bowl of pus. But it may have been merely a mundane precaution against plague and infection. Saint motherfucking Catherine of Siena drank a bowl of pus. This is the origin of vaccines. Alright? This is where you get your vaccines from. Priests, if they tried to even do the last of their duties, were particularly liable from infection. And perhaps like St. Thomas, they had warmer clothes intended to attract more fleas. This flea shit, we need to get past this. This is making me itch. About 25,000 priests died in England alone. In one parish, Shaftesbury. There is a chilling reminder of the speed in which plague struck. New vicars were appointed on the 29th of November, the 10th of December, the 6th of January, and the 12th of May, 1348 to 1349. Owing this to the death of the incumbent. Meaning they just made 25,000 new priests because 25 old ones died because they was around the plague victims. I mean, they had it rough out in that motherfucker. So why you think they came to America and showed their motherfucking ass? You know what I'm saying? Because you go over that motherfucker, nigga. That shit is some inmate shit. And like, I remember Europe sent all their inmates to Australia. Who the fuck was living over there? Like, how do you even determine that goddamn shit? Because this seems like the savagery over there. How the fuck do you get, you know what I mean? How do you determine, like, what makes them the motherfucking inmate shit? Excuse me. I know you don't see no boogers. All right, excuse me. So, As the sick began to outnumber the well, the dead bodies became too numerous to dispose of with any of the traditional decencies. So when the plague came, they're basically saying we can't even do any forms of ceremonies. That's how many dead there was. So the funeral service and the burial degenerated into a hasty shoveling into plague pits. So you just threw your ass in a plague pit. On the outskirts of each town or village, grave diggers and carters to carry the corpses only be recruited from the class with nothing to lose. Criminals, vagabonds, and beggars. Of course, they're going to hire them because you're going to fuck them with plague bodies. And they made the best use of the opportunities to rob not only the corpses, but any house to which the sickness has penetrated, knowing well that no neighbor or official would dare enter such a house to interfere. These ghouls soon became almost as much an object of fear as the plague itself. That's how they live. They were reputed in a particular rape. They were reputed in particular to rape any moderately attractive females in the stricken houses, whether alive, dying, or already dead. They raping dead hoes and hoes with the plague. Come on, man. This is who you scared of. Or this is who you trying to equal up to. You should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed of yourself. All of this shapes genetics. Just like the ghetto has interfered with your genetics, this is what they're born of. At least you, at one time, known something else. Or have proof of something else that existed that you can stamp your name on. This is what they are born of. From day one. Ancient stories of them saying, them niggas got to go. Kicked out into these mountains. And this is life after the mountains. This is what they turned into after the bandits and all of that shit. See Game of Thrones, you start seeing. They started coming up with these insane monarchies and all this kind of shit. And that may even be later there. Ravens and kites flew over the streets. And half-wild dogs roamed the city, getting their sustenance by gnawing on the corpses that remained unburied. Those people who had far escaped the plague shut their doors against possible carriers and threats or burial gangs. So the many poor wretches died in the streets of disease or even starvation and exposure, practically under the windows of their neighbors. That's terrible. Even you just look outside, a nigga dead under your window. Then he talked about the original eau de cologne was in fact invented as in specific against the plague. The whole concept of what you know as white cologne is based upon shit because it's so stink. Not because it's to beautify your ass. It's to hide the wretched smell of the plague. Look, it was believed that other foul smells could keep away the plague if the intended reaped. And many houses spent their time crouching grossly over privies, inhaling the flames. Oh, god damn. Privies are bathrooms, toilets, or some sort of waste shit. They didn't have toilets, they're pots, but they shit in, I believe. So their idea is this bad smell can cover the smell. But you gotta remember, when they was in the caves, they used to crawl in the house and have shit fights and cover the caves with manure. So they was used to this. This is how they are. This is just cave mentality in fucking mud homes, whatever they was living in. So alternatively, the family or patient would share their bed with a goat. They would sleep with a fucking goat. Look. The smell of the goat, the better chances of escaping live from the plague. This is their science. Well, the stinkier the goat, the more I might survive the fucking night. Yahoo! M.R. Taylor, in the Journal of Folklore, Volume 40, 1929, reports that in Norfolk, up to that time, there was a belief that the whooping cough could be cured by holding the child's head downward in the privy, in the toilet. It had to be the genuine stinking earth closet, not a water closet. Meaning it's not even, I guess the water closet is when you use water and can flush or something. The earth closet is just shit and piss directly in it. That's who they are. That's their thinking. Another part. London was going through one of its periodic crises of sewage disposal in 1355. It was reported that the Fleet River, which should have been 10 feet wide and deep, enough to float a boat with a ton of wine, was choked by the filth of 11 latrines and 3 sewers that discharged into it. Cesspools, in theory and law, should have been at least 2.5 feet from a neighbor's property, if the stone line 3.5 feet away if not. But few people paid much attention to those regulations. In 1347, 2 men were prosecuted for piping odor into a neighbor's cellar. It says a great deal about the general smell of London. This is sweet old London at the time. This is how nasty this shit is. This economical device was not discovered until the cellar began to overflow. Listen what he's saying. Let me read that again so you understand what he's saying. He said, it says a great deal about the general smell of London at the time that this economical device was not discovered until the cellar began to overflow. So it said, basically, they was pumping this shit into the cellar. They didn't even notice it until it overflowed. That's what, hey, what's that? Meaning the stink didn't even hit their nose or make them raise an eyebrow until it was overflowing the cellar. So that tells you the general state of being, the smell of London. Big Bang. I'm from London. I'm cultured. Cut it out. You have a shit cellar that you can't even tell about. Human and animal dung in all household rubbish, all discharged into the streets and left to find their own way into the river, town, or church. They were supplemented by byproducts of slaughtering and butchering. Many cattle were slaughtered in the St. Nicholas shambles in Seacoal Lane. The meat was not sold immediately, would be preserved with coarse salt, powdered beef, because the grains of salt, just as corned beef is after the corn-like grains of curing salt, are packed into the tubs of St. Nicholas, whom several slaughterhouses in shambles were named, were famous for having revived children who had been killed, salted down in time of famine. After the meat has been prepared and sold, there was a residue of entrails and dung which piled up at the edge of the Fleet River, now called Farringdon Street, waiting for the rain to wash the rubbish into the water. So they're saying basically just slaughtering the animals, you just do that shit right there. No system. You know what I'm saying? This is just the caves turned up. You know what I'm saying? And this shit, where he said this shit was at? St. Nicholas Shambles and Seacoal Lane. Probably shit that's still there today. St. Nicholas, after whom several slaughterhouses in Shamble were named, was famous for having revived children who had been killed and salted down in the time of famine. Oh God, maybe he was eating that shit. Said pigs were killed on Rother Street, otherwise known as Red Rose Street, and it was last re-christened Pudding Lane. Its modern title because of the pigs, puddings or entrails were flung into it to make their way slow down the Thames or at the bottom of the hill. If conditions in the town and streets were bad, conditions in the houses were very little better. In the country, The very poor lived in tents shaped like huts made of mud and wattle around the wooden post. It was slightly better off than living in a wooden house with 2 or 3 rooms. In either case, it was family owned, and any animals, these shared the accommodations. They lived with their animals. You understand? This is who they are. It is, of course, perfectly true that hen's dung added to yeast would make the ale ferment or flour more quickly, but it is not a method that recommends itself. Basically, hen shit to make their beer. All right, and he talks about the smoke when they're burning fires in the house. The smoke is expected to go out through a hole in the roof, but a large portion of it did not. On the other hand, the dirt would not be readily visible as the windows were small or non-existent in most houses. So few people could read that there was little need for bright lighting or any natural light otherwise. And window glass was expensive. So since they can't read, don't fucking matter. No windows. This is how they live. Now, we started out with genetics. When I'm reading, does not get me emotional or makes me feel a certain way. It just makes me understand who and what you are. So when I say that, and I say it, it's not to say I hate you. I'm saying you can even get out of this mentality, but you're not going to get out of it fronting like me and you into some same thing. You need to come to terms with who you are. You're not going to do college classes and you in 3rd grade. You're going to have to go through the 4th grade. Y'all going to have to do that. But it seems that y'all don't know who y'all are the way y'all talking. So let me help you out with an overview. Because you can go to these books and find the bibliography of where they got it from and go into a whole new world of telltale stories of your true history. And you can go into the black authors, as I said, John G. Jackson, G.M. James, Dr. Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Sheikh Anta Diop. I'm sure I'm missing. Come on, Dr. Ben, of course. Asa Hilliard is the one I was talking about that made the transition, that was in the 2nd phase. But you can go to those guys and find out history of who and what you are. This is documented well. So I'm not saying something that's obscure and it's hard to read. This is documented well. Lavatories in Garderobes, a curious medieval cloak, is called a cloakroom, I guess. What is the place to shit? What they were all constructed. Where they were constructed at all were often placed on the upper rooms or the townhouses, so that the whole conveniently was high above a pile of dung. So you knew there was going to be shit in there. They placed it up high, so the pile of shit would take longer to raise up. The garderobes projected from the house over the space between the side wall. Oh, so where it opened up, it projected from the house over the space between the side of the wall that and that of the neighborhood, or the neighboring, between the side of the wall and that of the neighboring house, so that the pile grew up neatly out of the way of the front door, but still accessible for clearing out from the street. So basically, they had the bathroom on the high floor. When you shit, there was a hole that came out the side of the house that went right between the side of the building and the neighbor's shit. Nasty shit, man. Nasty shit. Some of the garderobes discharged into a convenient watercourse, causing all kinds of problems already mentioned in the case of the Fleet River. Fleet River is where the sewage and all that built up. So if they were lucky enough for it to discharge out the side of the house and hit some waterway, it's probably some man-made waterway to get into a river, because they didn't have a sewer system yet. It still caused the same problems back up in the Fleet River. So the monks of the White Friars in Fleet Street complained that the smell from the Fleet River overcame all the frankincense burned at their altars and killed many of the brethren. Damn, the smell used to kill niggas. There were public lavatories on London Bridge. This nasty London Bridge is for you. You love your London Bridge. Fucking nasty. Public lavatories there. So you know what kind of shit game was going on. Other Garderobes actually discharged directly into the streets. A lane leading from the river to Thames Street became virtually impassable because of the number of overhead hazards. In 1300, according to Stowe, in his survey of London, Sherborne Lane, near the Church of St. Mary Albachurch, became popularly known as Shitburn Lane. Shitburn Lane. Do they know who they are? Yaaquub. Then he goes into something called an Alsa Civet, C-I-V-T, a Civet. And he explains this, and it tells you the origin. Well, I'll just read it to you. The Crusaders had brought back many superficial features Mohammedan civilizations with them. In a small return for the wastage of men and resources in hopeless campaigns, sugar, maize, cotton, muslin, and damask, glass mirrors, lemons, melons, and some of these material things, while words we still use, chemistry, algebra, alcohol, tariff, corvette, are reminders of the preeminence of the medieval Arabs in the worlds of science, trade, and navigation. That's Moors. Among these refinements of life, the Crusaders brought back an idea of hammam, the Turkish bath. So now they're telling you these Arabs or these Moors created this Turkish bath, basically trying to show them how to wash their motherfucking asses. Because when we got there, we said, okay, they're shitting out the windows. They got a river of shit. They got Pudding Street, pig pudding coming all down the street. You know what I'm saying? They eating each other's boils. You know what I'm saying? They having rallies on how not to take a fucking bath. Guess what? Let's wash their asses. The first task of the Moors, the wash assing of Whitey, the Caucasoid wash ass, the wash ass of the Mazdaran wash ass scheme. So, the hammam, the Turkish bath. The Europeans produced this atmosphere of luxury as well as they could, but in the colder climates, it was more difficult to provide large quantities of hot water, a necessity for a really luxurious bath. The marble bath tended to degenerate into a wooden tub. Here they go fucking it up. Used in common by a great many customers, presumably not empty until they begin to complain about the state of the water. So, niggas use the same bath over and over and over to these motherfuckers who shit out the window started to complain. So how bad had the water had to be? Oh my God, do you hear this? This is fucking insanity. That's why this book is out of print, because they telling on themselves. They telling of their origin. And this goes against white supremacy. How could you conduct yourself as this phony supreme being when this is the reality of who you are? And we even gonna play supreme being. Blacks never did this. So if we play by the rules of your game of superiority and inferiority, we fucking win. Problem is, we're not playing that shit with you. We don't care. You know what I'm saying? The sweating, which was an important part of the bathing process, rapidly earned the name of stews, which they call public and private baths. So they started calling them stews. Let's go down to the stews. By the reign of Richard II, the baths had become almost entirely brothels. So by the time Richard II comes in, and the Moors probably bounced or did whatever, they moved on to something else, all they did was fucking them now. He said, why wash our ass when we could fuck? The bathing fell entirely into disuse until the craze for spa bathing in the 18th century. So there's another craze in the 18th century that comes up. It has been suggested that the decline of the baths was due to their association with promiscuity and prostitution. It would be, of course, be a credit to the human race if it were really the reason. But one looks into the vein for any parallel situation in which a vicious institution has died out due to lack of support. Basically, he said, well, nobody was coming to wash the fuck up. That's why. Motherfuckers didn't learn that. So that's why it died for lack of support. What seems more likely is that the crowding heat and dirty water encouraged the spread of disease, and at the time people began to notice the connection. So they started figuring out dirt makes disease. Finally. You know what I'm saying? For the same motherfuckers who was putting shit to cover their caves, find out that this dirt and disease may have a connection. But this is by the 18th century now. Alright, so Europe has adopted a civilization custom from the East, adapted it and corrupted it. So this bathing, this is what they're saying. Whatever the reasons, bathing has ceased. Europe has adopted a civilization comes from the East, bathing, the hammam, the Turkish baths, adapted it. Here we're going to make it ours. And corrupted it, like everything else. And then finally destroyed it. Little wonder that the Arabs and Turks regarded Westerners as filthy in their habits. Here's what they say. Glory be to Allah, my child, that you have come safely out of their hands. The people who now live in the cities are invaders from the black lands to the west, says an old gardener in the tale of Kamar el-Zaman, the Princess Bubar. They came up suddenly out of the sea and one day massacred all the faithful. They worship strange and incomprehensible things and speak in obscure and barbarous language. They eat evil smelling, putrescent things such as rotten cheese and the game which they hang up. They never wash, for at their birth ugly men in black garments pour water over their heads, and this is their ablution, accompanied by strange gestures, frees them from all obligation of washing for the rest of their lives. And they told you that Saint whoever didn't wash for her life or wash her face for 18 years, because once they pour that water on your head, this is like you straight now forever. And this is what this nigga is saying in this shit, the tale of Kamar al-Zaman and Princess Bubar. He's talking to the Arabs and the Turks or whatever, whichever one. This frees them from all obligation of washing for the rest of their lives. That they might not be tempered by water, that they once destroyed the hammams and the public fountains, building it in their places, shops where harlots sell a yellow liquid with foam on top, which they call drink, but which is either fermented urine or something worse. Ugh. And their women, my son, are the abominations of calamity. That's the same shit they said back in this book. Abominations, calamity, pestilence. That's why they got thrown the fucking out. He said their women are the abominations of calamity. I can't see anybody walking around with a white woman who's black. And I speak still on genetics. I need my balance, my equal, my other half. And they don't have enough power for me. That's not enough for me. They may be very nice, very sweet. They may cook you all the eggs and grits that you want. And you know, do whatever, but still I need my mental balance. You know what I'm saying? My genetic balance. I've never seen monkeys dating sea otters. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't got nothing to do with racism, or it ain't got nothing to do with hate, or what's wrong. Monkeys don't date sea otters. Monkeys fuck monkeys. Raccoons fuck raccoons. I'm sorry, I just know you different. You know what I'm saying? The guys, black guys who don't think you different, that's on to them. But I listen to the ancient studies where it says, their women, my son, are abominations of calamity. Like the men, they do not wash, but whiten their faces with slacked lime and powdered eggshells. They do not wear linen or drawers to protect them from the dust of the road, so that their pestilent presence is pestilent, and the fire of hell will never clean them. That's what he says about their woman. Your little foxy white chick. Y'all need to know what this shit is. I mean, I'm being real with it. Oh, that's cruel, and the white women, and yeah, whatever. This is real. This is the study. Like I said, don't get me twisted. I understand the study. Personally, y'all are what y'all are. You do what you do. I don't care. I don't. This is not about hating you and the white people get me sick. Y'all act normal. Y'all do the normal shit around me. You know what I'm saying? I don't really care. I'm not on that level of interfacing. I don't really care. But we talking about this work here. Being with your woman is a part of your work here. Being with your man is a part of your work. My shit went to the next level when I got with my queen Khadijah. Now, let me get my commercial out the way. OccultLectures.com. OccultLectures.com. You guys need to come and see me at Occult Lectures. That's where you'll find all my products that support your pineal transformation, your spirituality. We're talking baths, oils, herb packs, and clearly class, which is probably the most important and valuable thing I offer for a very low price for what I give. 4 weeks of class. We do it through Skype. So anybody, anywhere in the world can take the class 4 weeks. We usually do it on Sundays. You can come up with a payment plan, or you can play straight out, which people do half and half. Now is the time to get with the class. Now is the time to get with the class, because I'm about to start a new cycle. I just finished the cycle. We got people already in this March cycle. Still room for more. Always room. Whenever you come, you're going to be in the next cycle. But now's the time. It's the most important thing you can do for your transformation. I find all the time in my class, people who think they know find out how much they really don't know. Because this, and especially now, we up in the 18th cycle. This shit is routine now. So I urge you to join this class. Easily found on my site, OccultLectures.com with an S, OccultLectures.com. Come see me, get the word. Now, most importantly, what you want to do now is see all the readings that we now offer. Akashic record readings. Invaluable shit. Don't have to trust me. My queen does the readings. Sister Khadijah. Psalm-D readings. And let me tell you, you can go on the website under the About Panic area. Look at her testimonies. You can also look at my testimonies. You can find links to these lectures and so on and so forth in the About Panic area. And look at her testimonies and see what people are saying about her readings. Then come get yours yourself. These are valuable readings. Akashic records, gateway readings. She wanted me to point out consultations are different from the readings. If you need a consultations, that's a Q&A session with her. I also do consultations now. So when you ask me these questions, my answer to you now, get a consultation. Then I will entertain anything you have to ask me at that point. Now, I'm not going to entertain every whim and do it for free for you. Number one, I'm too busy. Number one, you can research it yourself. But if you're so damn adamant on not researching and you want to ask me, no problem. Get a consultation. I will take care of you. And not even that. You can just build with me on that certain level to deal with things that are personal to you that I don't talk about in general. So get a consultation. But the readings is what I want you to go deal with, because her readings are on fire. Surprised me even how deep she's getting in. It's only getting deep. It's getting more complex. She is now doing readings for children. So you got children. You want to know what direction to go with your children, no matter what level are. Boom, there's a reading for it now. She's got a system for that, for babies and so on and so forth. So you'll see it on the website. The key thing is to go to see what we have to offer. We offer a whole lot of shit. My cyclomancy book and all the rest of these things is all there. You want to go to OccultLectures.com. It's most important. If you don't know what the herb pack is by now, you are not understanding how important that is to have in your life. It is a combination of all natural herbs, no drugs. When you call me and say, well, what's in it? I can't. Why would I tell you what's in it? That means you can make it yourself. Then I have no reason to sell it. I channeled these combination of herbs for me, and later was told spiritually that to give it to the public. I thought it would never work, but 5 years later, and thousands of motherfucking happy customers, of course it's working for folks. So you want to get you a herb pack. It will calm down the chatter in your mind. I've heard 10,000 different things about the power of the herb pack, what it does, but primarily what it does, it kind of configures itself to what you need to go to the next level in your focus, your concentration. I mean, I've seen everything. Motherfuckers seen ghosts. I could sleep. I could do this. I stopped smoking. I can fuck now. Whatever. I have different varieties of herb packs as well. But the primary herb pack for the first time user is what you need. Get that in a CD. You good money where you can meditate and focus on it. The herb pack, I'm gonna set some up with the hookah, smoking in a hookah. You can roll it or drink it as a tea. None of it's drugs. You will never turn up dirty on a drug test. None of it is drugs. All natural. Every single herb in it you can eat or pour over your food. Organic. All for the pineal. Tight combination that works. So you want to get an herb pack very cheap. Still the same price as what I started it out as. So what you need to do is go on, get your herb pack. Get it together, slick. Now, so that's the end of the commercial. That's occultlectures.com. And also soon, when I get the time, because I'm finishing up the book, it's in the last stages of being proofread. When I get it back, which is ready now, I have to go through it, correct those changes. Next step is editing. The same person, my girl Courtney, who has also is a writer too. When her stuff is ready, I'm gonna let y'all know what that is, because a lot of people have asked me for instructions for their children, books and stuff they could read for their children. Well, she's writing them. And not only an excellent, much needed idea, she's an excellent writer. She read 400 and something pages in motherfucking 3 days of my book with corrections, and she's proofreading it a second time, and she's done already. Master, born for this kind of shit, and she's writing now. Very conscious, very sweet sister. She took my class, but I met her and knew her before. Excellent, on point. Her family is in consciousness, so she's generations of consciousness. Excellent. She's going to be writing books on instructions for your kids, stories you can read to your kids that start them on their path, young kids, and so on and so forth. And I'm be coming back with Blog Talk soon with my brother Aleem. So me and my brother Aleem, that's on First World Order Radio. You can get Aleem's product at draleemelbay.com. He's also linked on my website, occultlectures.com. So you need to come to my website if you haven't come. See what's new. I'm always updating. Let me know if you want to see something there or what, so on and so forth, if you have any problems. But all the shit is right there, occultlectures.com. It's the same as this web, this YouTube that you're looking into is Occult Lectures. So it just moved on to the website, occultlectures.com. Go there, get your herb packs, and I'm gonna have more products to come soon. But the floor cleansings, the oils, the spiritual baths, so on and so forth. It's all there in those classes. So that's the end of the commercial. And because we wrapping up, I haven't even done this whole lecture because there's 2 more books. So there's going to be a part 2 to this lecture. We already had 5 fucking hours. Which is We Do Not Die and Lucifer, which I'll just make a whole other lecture on the influence of Lucifer and Ahariman, which it starts telling you about the mindset that we adapted, which was also predicted of these people that I'm telling you about and how they live. We eventually adapted that mindset, and I'm gonna tell you this Zoroastrian predictions that manifest on the planet through us adapting their pathologies. You have got to be just years of growing up like this. Do you know what that would do to your mind? They didn't even start out in a good way. But you hear how they live, so this has turned them all the way down the fuck hill. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't even have the opportunity of being in civilization for the little bit of melanin they had to cultivate that shit into something greater. They got outcast, which was fucked up for them because it left them alone and just new in the world and didn't know how to do shit. And you see how they doing shit. They just shitting out the motherfucking window. The nigga had so much fleas. Oh my! And I can't get this image out of my head. When they took him off, his fleas were disturbed, and it looked like his hair was a pot of boiling water with so much fleas. Do you know how nasty that is, Yahoo? That's nasty. So, and there's another book I was going to get into, Hilton Hotima, We Do Not Die, but we ran out of time, which I'll get into another time, which is basically describing the concept of we need to get rid of this fear of this white man and these fears that they have because we had an understanding of death and we already obtained eternal life. They did not. And that's why they're so fearful of death, because genetically they haven't got themselves to a point where they can regenerate themselves spiritually and, well, physically we even lost that. But spiritually to regenerate into a new being, to a new reality. They haven't did. That's a genetic milestone that they have to accomplish that we've already accomplished. Everlasting life. We niggas is set. And when white people talk about it, it's because they have the ability to accomplish it, but they have to get there. They have to get there. And they're not going to get there with this current mentality that they have. This ignorance and thinking that they're competing or even debating. So when he's coming to me telling me what I should be doing and how I should be doing it, and he hopes I get over this problem, he doesn't understand why something like this is an emotional problem for me. I'm like, no, motherfucker, you are not in my league to even tell me what's what. Black people don't even do that shit to me. So I'll be damned if some fucking idiot who's telling me how great he is to black people. I said, well, you great and you spend $100,000 on black people, do it right now. Show me how great you are and go to my PayPal. You know what I'm saying? Crickets. But still telling me how great you are. It's this white fucking domination shit. That's all it is. I recognize it and called you on it. You know what I mean? You're great. And actually the first thing he said was, you did this and you're great and you do this. And now I remember. And then he said the line, I wonder if black people understand what you're talking about. I wonder if black people understand what you're talking about. So that's the only reason I said, wonder if black people understand. Motherfucker, this is our natural science. Fuck you mean understand? I have hundreds of thousands of motherfuckers that I deal with. Not only understand it, becoming this shit. Who the fuck are you to even say some dumb, ignorant shit like that and act like you motherfucking a friend of a black man? You just another white motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Another white motherfucker who grew up and in your genetics is speaking to of what it is you niggas cultivated yourself. We cultivated ourselves on in a worldwide Atlantean, Lemurian, Olmec, Sumerian, you know what I'm saying? Indus Kush, Ethiopian, Nubian, and all that other shit, all that other fly shit with culture. That's us. So this is in our DNA. This is who we are naturally. No matter how ignorant niggas walk around here from Compton or whatever the fuck they from, nigga, that's the surface. That shit can change in a wink of a fucking eye. The same way Jesus comes like a thief in the night. And the thief in the night, motherfucking Snoop Dogg became motherfucking Snoop Lion. And this motherfucker ignorant is all get out. Now, if he would have got some real training, he still would have been something. You get what I'm saying? He's just going to resort back to a pot-smoking Compton junkie. But at the end of the day, you see how we can flirt with consciousness even in this level of ignorance. He brought a level of ignorance to the world where we don't love these hoes that set a new precedence. Snoop Dogg, through Snoop Dogg. This ignorance, they was trying to get it out through Snoop Dogg. It's the first motherfucker to curse on records and them shits go #1. Think about that shit. LL and them niggas wasn't cursing on records. Going platinum. Public Enemy wasn't cursing. He's the first motherfucker to say, we don't love them hoes, and that Nate Dogg song, you be licking on my balls. That was insane. That was the first of its kind. So he brought a whole new level of gangster rap into the game. And even he became conscious of Snoop Lion. Or even the spirit still talked to his ass. Bob Marley. He's not the reincarnated Bob Marley. No way. What happened was I talked to Bob Marley. Bob Marley said he contacted Snoop Dogg, but since Snoop Dogg is too ignorant to know what a spiritual channel is, he's thinking he's fucking Snoop Lion. Fucking ridiculousness. Let's keep on going with this because we're going to end it off in this 5 hour mark. Cleaning your teeth with a white tablecloth was another habit to be avoided, because they used to clean their teeth with their tablecloth. In poorer homes, of course, such refinements were unknown and unnecessary. Food was simpler. People subsisted, I should say, on bread, cheese, wheat, and small beer, and a few relishes such as onion and garlic. Meat was only an occasional food for the masses of people, and many of them had little or no means of cooking. So even stews and gruels were difficult to prepare. Such diet did not leave the hands sticky or very greasy at all, so the elaborate hand washing ceremonies did not even move down the social scale. Basically, because the food was so poor, nothing that would stick to your motherfucking ribs, they didn't even have to wash their hands. Even in the Great House, the Ewers did not bring soap. In the medieval times, and in fact the time of Queen Anne, soap was too far unpleasant to be introduced into the dining room, and best kept away from the skin as well. Soap making depends on the fats and alkali, and the quality of both was very poor, although the basic process was the same that we use today to make soap. So even their concept of soap was poor. Let me see. You don't want to get into this. I'm gonna try to run through this fast as time is an issue. We go past that 5 hour mark, we dead. Almonds, musk, civet, and other perfumes, lavender, such as perfume material, were great in demand and were necessary to cover up the overpowering smell of unwashed bodies and unwashed clothes. The poor people only had clothes that they worked and slept in, and perhaps a suit had with perhaps a suit of best to be taken out on a great occasion. One suit to be taken out on a great occasion. The rich had more clothes, but tended to wear a great many of them at the same time. In any case, there seems to have been very little idea of washing clothes between wearings. Another dose of perfume was usually the remedy when clothes became too unpleasant. Henry the eighth was rather more fastidious than most of his subjects. He had his shirt washed occasionally. So that means occasionally he had his shirt washed. He was more fastidious than the others. As he paid 1 penny per shirt, which would have been about a half a penny a day for the laundress, it was clearly an expensive luxury suitable for the royal purse, but not to be indulged by lower orders. Favorite perfumes, musk, civet, castor, and ambergris, were all chosen to cover up the smell of an unwashed body and soiled clothes. They were what modern perfumers called animal notes. Musk was extracted from a gland near the penis of a musk deer, and which lives mainly in the Atlas or Himalayan mountains. Civet comes from a similar gland in the civet cat from Abyssinia. The soft, waxy, incredible cat-smelling material was taken from the gland with a spoon and traditionally packed in horns to transport it. The yield can be increased by teasing the civet cat before taking the wax, basically jerking the cat off before you get the wax out his dick. Castor comes from a sexual gland of the Russian beaver. Ambergris is a wax with a sweet, decaying odor produced during the intestinal disease of the sperm whale. When the whale dies and decomposes, the wax floats up to the surface of the sea. Sometimes it's found by beachcombers, and as many pounds an ounce is better to find this than Spanish gold. All the perfume materials have odors in which sweetness, rottenness, and sexual elements are combined. Sweetness, rottenness, and sexual elements are combined. They are used in small portions in nearly good modern perfumes to give a hint of primitive sexual attraction. So that's what you used to hear, musk for men makes you sexual. That's what musk is, out the penis genitals. And that's why you were sexually attracted by this musk. White shit, yo. This is where all this shit comes from. White shit. OD toilet, because you stunk. That's why they call that shit that. Here's what Platuus says, Mula tum bem umi vi nulit ulit a boom. Whatever. A woman smells best when she does not smell at all. And there is reason to suspect those who use a fine additional sense as to conclude that the perfumes were used to conceal some natural defect in that respect. So he's basically saying, and we say that to the day, when you smell a chick with a lot of perfume on, that's a suspect. You feel like they're covering some shit up. Niggas say that to this day. And they were back in Europe. That's what they did. That's how they rolled. And they're telling you that right now. Terrence McLaughlin, Dirt. The social history as seen through the uses and abuses of dirt. Terrence McLaughlin dealing with Europe and their fucking, in the way they lived. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand, says Lady Macbeth, showing that Shakespeare still regarded perfumes as an essential part of washing or the decontamination process, not the additional refinements that they have become now. See, you wash up, take a bath, then put on perfume. Back then, he's saying perfume was how they washed up. Back then, covering up that smell. Lady Macbeth would not have used soap. Yaaquub? Good. Let me go through some of this shit a little quicker. Queen Elizabeth, who not only had a water closet constructed in Richmond, but contaminated the installation of baths at Windsor Castle. Lovely Windsor Castle. Taking a bath once a month. Queen Elizabeth taking a bath once a month, we are told, whether she needed it or no. But so she didn't even feel she needed it. She just said, I'm going to take it once a month just because I'm a queen. Not necessarily because I need to get my ass in the tub, which should be every day. But for the mass of her subject, this was a luxury where they were quite prepared to forego. I mean, everybody else didn't even give a fuck. It wasn't like they looked at her with envy. They was like, well, we don't care. Let her do that shit. The gentleman's companion clung closely to his manly fellows, who could not be troubled with rubbing bruises and other louse distributors. Lice, like a quiet life, grazing peacefully on the blood of their hosts, holding on to this. The gentleman's companion. This is lice. That's what they called lice. Not to get rid of it or pest. They called it the gentleman's companion. So whoever they seen was as gentlemen's had lice, because their companion was lice. Clung closely to the manly fellows who could not be troubled with rubbing bruises and other louse distributors. Lice, like a quiet life, grazing peacefully on the blood of their hosts, holding on to the body hairs with high, efficient claws at the end of their 6 legs. The claws of the crab louse are large enough to be seen with the naked eye, hence the name. Those that infest man are 3 types, each keeping to the natural boundaries as careful as trade unionists, blah, blah, blah. The head louse, Pardiculus capulus, clings to the head on the hair, lays its eggs in small horny cells, knits, which are so firmly stuck to the hair that only methylated spirit will remove them. Hairdressers have or used to have a special concoction made with soft soap, and the spirit was swiftly brought with a customer appeared characteristic of lumps attached to his hair. The body louse, Pestilus cavorpus, ranges over the rest of the body, but rarely seen above the ears. Even so, it likes the hair to cling to it and chooses legs and arms and underarms, and the masculine chest for the most activity. The crab louse, which is the third one, Piphyllus pubis, is a smaller creature that confines its attention to pubic hair, and it's most resistant to removal, owing it to the number of places that it can hide. All of them creep quietly about the place to place on the body without the vulgar abstention of the flea. All of them suck blood. Very often the bites themselves are not noticed, only the irritation set up by infection. So the host of this lice is always scratching a little too late to disturb the creatures themselves. Unfortunately, lice do not usually infect bites of blah, 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 or points of hygiene, blah, blah, blah. Scratching opens at the bites, disease, germs, and near the excrement is rubbed in the wound. So they shit near the womb, you scratch the womb, the excrement is actually fucking you up. So this is trying to tell you all of these fleas, lice, and crabs They called the gentleman's companion. This is a way of life for them. This is who they are. This is why when they got here and you start hearing about Columbus and the Pilgrims, they was able to perpetrate all this disturbed behavior, because the ghettos you live in is nothing compared to this kind of shit that they had going on. And so you know why you're dealing naturally with something that was so fucking sick, and this behavior comes out when they're under pressure. These cops and you know, this white person that I'm telling on Sally and all this kind of shit. This is this fear and who it is in their DNA. It gets deep into their nature. One of the great difficulties with all the rivers, but particularly the Thames, was the degree to which the water was impeded by bridges, weirs, locks, and other works. This made the flow of the sluggish, and consequently any discharge sewage tended to deposit in evil-smelling piles. Even in early times, there have been many complaints, statutes, and general grumblings about such hazard, not so much because of the health risks that they involve, because of the restriction of navigation in the river. So they was more complaining about the piled up shit because they couldn't just wade through it, more than the stinking like it's piled up shit. London mud in the 17th century was so slimy and so adhesive that nobody of quality walked in the streets at all if they could possibly avoid it. This is good old London mud. Howell, a Londoner, wrote of the Paris streets in the early 17th century. This is the Paris streets in the early 17th century. This town is always dirty, and 'tis such a dirt that by the perpetual motion is beaten into such a black unconscious oil that where it sticks no art can wash it off. It always gives so strong a scent that it may be smelt many miles off if the wind be in one's face. Sometimes the mud is useful as a weapon. Unpopular characters ran the risk of getting pelted if they appeared in the streets without adequate guard. Prisoners in stocks or pillatory would be plastered unmercifully. So this shit mixed, urine mixed, nasty ass mud was everywhere. You couldn't even get it off your shoes, they're saying. That's how nasty it was. We're coming to the end. We have 5 hours, and I didn't even get halfway through it. But I'm going to try in 5 minutes to talk about this motherfucker, King James. Because that's our King James from the Bible of England. And this is what they say about him. He has had weak kings, fond kings, and lazy kings in plenty. Has also had promiscuous, pompous, and self-vaunting kings. Unfortunately, King James I and King James IV, the weakest belief in the divine right of kings, were combined in grotesque concert. His extraordinary belief in his own superhuman powers only emphasized his sadly human shortcomings. His beard was very thin, his tongue was too large for his mouth, which made him drink very uncomely, as if eating his drink, which came into a cup with each side of his mouth. His skin was soft as taffeta sarcenet, which felt so because he never washed his hands, only rubbed his fingers slightly. So they told about this King James. Sir Anthony Weldon wrote his account of the king in 1550. I'm going to try to get this in. This is what he's writing about King James. I don't know if it's the one that wrote the Bible, but it had to be his father or somebody. I don't know what king. This is King James, who made your King James version of the Bible that you niggas follow so delightfully. He says about him, or at least his father or somebody, his manners as a result of his failure to instruct him properly are aggressive. They're very uncivil, both in speaking, eating, clothes, games, conversation, and company of women. He never stays still in one place, taking a singular pleasure in walking up and down, but his carriage is ungainly. His steps are erratic and a vagabond, even in his own chamber. Weldon goes on to note a habit that combined with not washing but wearing heavily padded garments must have made James unpleasant to approach. In his diet, apparel journeys, he is constant in his apparel, so constant as by his good he would never change his clothes until worn out into very rags. Wouldn't change his clothes until they were fucking rags. He combined his gracelessness, outward appearance with other fundamental weaknesses. He was an irritating type of homosexual who insisted on promiscuous public embraces directed to any attractive young man in his court. Weldon says cautiously that one of his defects is that he loves indiscreetly and obstinately Sir Henry Wotton's writing confidential dispatch to the Grand Group of Tuscany. He has very familiar with his domestic gentleman in his chamber, but Francis Osborne, the Tristram, is more explicit and also draws attention to another unpleasant effect that his tongue was too large for his mouth. So James' boyfriends were wise enough not to show any emotions. James often acted with bitchy spitefulness, characteristics of his particular type of homosexuality, afraid to assert themselves to any other major crimes and abuses, blah, blah, blah. And they go on, and there's more. Let me see. End with this. His taste in food was equally Spartan or Scottish. His favorite dish was reported as sheep's head, boiled with the wool on, and served with butter. The effects of a dish like this on his dribbling monarchy was aggressive and uncivil. His eating habits were heavily quilted, slobbered with saliva, can be imagined, blah, 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 not to be dealt on. And there's more. I'm not even in the quarter of this damn book. And that's dirt. But you get the idea. I wanted to go into something more lifting shit, but we're going to end on this because we already have 5 hours. And really the whole idea of this is for you to understand the facts that at least I study and that black people have and resources where they could get. Each one of these books has a bibliography of more resources. You can go to Bobby's lecture where he gives you a laundry list of resources to study the ancient world and the origins. Not just who they are, because we know who you are, who we are, and you can put it in context, because you need to demystify their power. See, when I read this, and I hope what this lecture did for you, but stop saying these niggas are Illuminati and they got something and they're equal. They just got here, dog. They just got here and they new to the game and they're so far behind you. They just have you while you sleeping under the illusion that somehow you're in the league with them. And it's not about superiority and inferiority. It's about how often do you say I'm in the league with fucking monkeys? You don't. Monkeys are monkeys. It's not like you mad at them. It's not like you're a racist because you're calling them a monkey. They are what they are. And I just showed you what they are. Their genetics, who they are and where they was born and their origins and their cultivation. They haven't been here long enough to get past that tragedy that we just discussed. Their movement to the Caucasus Mountains, we showed you ancient information that showed you this story of Elijah Muhammad on Yaaquub is not just one single incident. It's all over the world. And Bobby talks about it in even more detail in his lecture, Human Artificial, where if you're so interested, you can find out more. The whole point of what we're saying here is you need to know who they are, how they operate, where they're from, and you can put it in the context, and then you can start to rebuild or understand who you are and what you went through and how the years of culture that you go through and you have changed you into something that's a little bit more advanced. All right. So remember, I might do a part 2 or just add on the parts and make a new lecture. occultlectures.com, classes, readings, products. Come see me. That's occultlectures.com. Get at me, panicpack@hotmail.com. Let's keep this party going, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Peace.